Hallo? Ja, mijn mondmasker. Ja. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to the SpaceUp Final Event. Let me first start with some good news. You can take off the face mask because everybody has been checked at the entrance if they have a COVID pass. And for those who are here, this is the case. So you have all been vaccinated. So congratulations. My name is Chris van der Rouwaert. I work for SME for Space. We are one of the 10 partners involved in the SpaceUp project. And I will be your host for the first part of today's conference. You should have received today's program, but you can also find it here on the screen. I would like to warmly encourage you to take benefit of the coffee break, which we have scheduled at 3:30. We have foreseen 1 hour of coffee break because we are also holding a poster session there of the 60 startups that we supported throughout the project. So for you, it's the ideal setup, I think, to discover the startups, to get to know their businesses, the product and the services that they are developing. And it's also an excellent opportunity, I think, for networking. Before I give the floor to our coordinator, Janis Balke from Aviaspace Bremen, I propose to have a look at the video presenting the SpaceUp project. It should start in a couple of seconds. Yeah.
SpaceUp is a project financed by the European Commission aiming to assist European startups from the space sector with commercial and technical advice. The project has organised 5 space academies, key events at which 60 startups networked, received advice and met with investors. Our first Space Academy took place in June 2019 in Helsinki, Finland. The second Space Academy was held later on that year, in November in Bremen, Germany, in collaboration with the Space Tech Expo. In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic began and everything changed. Because of this, the Space Academies were adapted into a virtual format. Space Academy Rome was the first virtual event in December 2020, blending 2 Space Academies in one, welcoming 20 selected companies rather than the usual 10. The Virtual Space Academy Paris took place in March 2021 in conjunction with Paris Space Week. Then our last workshop in the series, Space Academy Europe, also held virtually, was in June 2021, and it was embedded into the EBAN Annual Congress. Thank you all for coming to our events and congratulations to the selected companies. We wish you all the best.
Well, thank you, Chris. My name is Janis Balke. Like Chris already introduced me, I'm working for Aviaspace Bremen. We are the aeronautics and space cluster for the federal state of Bremen. And also, we are the coordinator for the SpaceUp project. I would like to give you a brief overview of our consortium so that you know who is involved in the project for those of you who have not participated directly as a startup or as a stakeholder to one of our events. We are in total a consortium of 10 institutions and companies. There's from 4 different countries in total. There's EBAN, the European Business Angel Network. They are based in Brussels, Belgium. The Fraunhofer IPK, it's an institute coming from Bremen, coming from Germany, based in Berlin. We have the International Association of Science Parks, which is based in Spain. GI Group, which is a human resources company based in Italy. Then there's IBS Consulting, a consulting company which is based in Belgium. SME for Space, it's a network of small and medium enterprise space-related companies who is working all over Europe. 200, it's a crowdfunding platform. based in Italy, and Hypatia, it's a research consortium from Rome, and Lazio Nova, it's a regional development organization also running in ESA Business Incubation Center. We started our journey in June 2018. Back then, positively thinking that we will have 6 space academy all over Europe, but then COVID-19 came into place. We had to extend the duration of our project, so we had extended it for 6 months. So we will finally end the project in December 2021. What does SpaceUp aims at? It wants to contribute at a European level to the safeguarding and further development of a competitive and entrepreneurial space industry. So mainly the objective is to ease the transition for European space-related startups to become mature companies. And how do we want to do it, or how do we did it? As a summary, we offered expertise through our consortium with customized coaching services and individual one-to-one mentoring. But also we went public and did networking and matchmaking opportunities. All of this was compiled in 6 so-called space academies, where we directly supported the development of those startups participating to our event. What is the Space Academy exactly? It was a 2-day event for European space-related entrepreneurs to accelerate the business, and it was always attached to a large industry event or fair, so that we had the proper public also present at our event. So that all participants were able to attend both days of the event, but there was also, in addition, for 10 selected most advanced companies, there were in-depth services for those companies, which I will describe later on a little bit more into detail. On day 1, it was always more the internal day of our Space Academy. We had intense trainings with workshops and frontal modules, and on day 2, we went public. We went to the industry fair that we aligned our event with, and we had panel discussions, keynote speeches, and the 10 most advanced companies had the opportunity to pitch on stage and get to know by the participants of the industry fair. What did we offer to those 10 companies who participated as finalists in detail? They received support documentation based on their business plan and needs beforehand, a so-called feasibility study. How did it work? After they were chosen as so-called finalists, we sent them a questionnaire which they answered, and our partners developed an in-depth feasibility study out of it, where we gave insights and which was then discussed in detail during the Space Academy itself and the one-to-one mentoring sessions. And so they received it up front, so they could develop questions out of the report, and if they had some clarifications they wanted to have, that could be discussed during the event. Also, as mentioned already, they got the opportunity to pitch in front of the industry event, and also their travel expenses were covered by the project, and they have the opportunity to participate in this final event today. How did we select those 10 startups that participated as the most advanced ones? They applied via our SpaceUp website, and we had some eligibility criteria that we checked them for, and if they were eligible, then we had a review committee that looked closely into what they said in their applications, and they received a score. Yeah, they think so. So they received a score, and the 10 most advanced startups were then chosen and had to fill in an in-depth questionnaire, which was then the basis for the feasibility studies. So in general, the call was always open to all space-related startups, but it was not limited to that. It was also companies that work with space data and who have somehow a connection to space were invited to participate to our event. Okay, the frontal modules, I just want to go briefly over them. Those were the offerings for the first day for those who participated as a regular participant. We had a workshop on investment readiness done by IBAN. It was always done by a business angel investor who gave feedback on what they expect from startups if they are looking for funding. We had a workshop on EU funds for SMEs from Lazio Nova to increase the funding, EU funding going into space-related startups in Europe. Then there was one on equity crowdfunding to present an alternative funding scheme for startups. Fraunhofer looked at business models and had a very interactive workshop together with the participating startups and tried to look at their business models from new angles. And Aviaspace Bremen, we organized a spin-in and spin-out workshop where we focused on artificial intelligence and robotics for space-related startups. And SME for Space focused on doing business with ESA institutions for the space startups. Also, the one-to-one meetings, which were the in-depth discussion of the feasibility studies. There was one on access to finance through Credit Passport, which was focusing on the financial side of the startups. Hypatia looked at the cross-fertilization, technology transfer, and financial analysis. Human resources needs and solutions were done by the GI group. IBAN did a business angel one-to-one meeting, and Fraunhofer again had the business models discussion with the 10 most advanced startups. I just want to briefly give you an overview of how such an agenda looked like on day one. After welcoming them in the morning, there were the sessions for the frontal modules in parallel. And then at the same time, we also had the one-to-one meetings. And in the end, in the evening, we had a joint dinner and a networking event. This was the schedule always for the physical space academies that we had. This is an example for the second day where we have the panel discussion. In this day, for example, it was at the Helsinki Space Academy. One of the panel topics were current trends in early stage investment, including the space industry. But also keynote speeches and the opportunity for the pitches and a lot of networking and B2B matchmaking opportunities. This slide was already mentioned, most of it in the video. As said, we had the first two in 2019 as physical events, and after that we went fully digital, and we are very happy to welcome you today for a physical event in the end, so that we can celebrate the project together and see the results that came out of it. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you an insightful event and looking forward to get to know you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yannis. Thank you, Yannis, for this nice presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Thomas Johnson, Policy Officer and Cassini Project Manager at the European Commission. Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a bit loud. You can turn it down.
You can use the presentation here.
Yeah, I have some notes on my computer. Would it be possible to?
You can put your computer here.
Yeah. Let's see if I can read it down there. Could you turn down my mic, please?
It's because I put the presentation here already.
Yeah, I have just a few slides there. There we go. Yeah, I just about managed like this. All right, everybody can hear me, so that's great. And so thanks a lot for inviting me here. This is the first time I speak in front of a live audience for 2 years. So that's very exciting. I guess for you too, it may be the first time in a long time that you're actually in a live event. So thanks for giving me the chance to practice. I'm working in the European Commission, the new Director General for Space and Defense Industry. And we have put together a new team, the Cassini team. And we're going to promote entrepreneurship and a growing space industry in the coming years. That's our mission. So thanks a lot for inviting me, so I can speak a little bit more about the initiative and the. First of all, how many of you are entrepreneurs here? If you put your hand up, okay, we have quite a few entrepreneurs. And how many of you are coaches, mentors, or advisors? And quite a few coaches as well. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. All right, so then I know a bit more about the audience. So we're kicking off this year with a new initiative, and we've secured a little bit of money, or even quite a bit of money for the next 7-year period, which is very positive because we've also set much higher ambitions for how we want to support the space industry in Europe and become a real competitive player in the world. And looking around the world, we must recognize that the challenges are really changing. You can see that several countries are investing massively in their space industries, the United States, China, and several others. And there's a nascent private space industry that is growing quickly and gaining market shares and introducing new services that we haven't seen before. So in a few years, space internet connectivity, that may be a mass consumer utility, and also a secure connection line for governments, and machinery and shipping and other things. And this rapid development of technologies for new infrastructures, it requires us to think hard about how do we want to develop Europe's space infrastructures and the digital services using them. And Commissioner Breton, he has set clear priorities for the next years. Among those, to develop and modernize the space flagships Copernicus and Galileo, plans for a new infrastructure with secure connectivity, to boost the launcher capacity in Europe and have more alternatives available, and finally to strengthen the EU's technological independence, including manufacturing. So we have projects in the pipeline to boost, for example, semiconductor and chipset manufacturing in the EU, and several other interesting things. And that will be a key thing also for the space industry, because currently we rely quite a lot on components and products made from outside Europe. In good times, probably the supply lines work fine. But when things are not great, we can quickly run out of, for example, semiconductors. And as you know, my home country is Sweden. One of our major truck manufacturers, they have reduced the days and weeks that when they are manufacturing, because they cannot find semiconductors for the trucks. So it's costing them a massive amount of money, and I expect this to be approximately the same in many other industries. In addition to these things I mentioned, we need to boost investments into space-related companies. So we need also a much larger market, downstream markets, an ecosystem of digital applications and services that can expand to many different B2B and B2C markets. So it becomes clear to investors that investment into space-related companies are profitable, and we should pursue those in the future. So let me give a couple of examples of the growing role of private companies in these space segments. In addition to the data that our Sentinels provide of Earth observation imagery, the Copernicus users also need very high resolution images from SAR and optical data. And in 2022, we intend to modernize the way that we procure this data to ensure that the procurement scheme will be better open to SMEs who wish to provide high-resolution data, and to allow them to build up a market of private customers and public customers. So we will try to use the best we can the tools at our disposal. And we're working with ESA to make this a reality next year. And this is how we see the outlook for the space industry. The figures here come from a study, but wherever you look, the forecasts for growth are pretty enormous, and we need to ensure that Europe has a place here. So far, it seems like we are lagging behind a little bit in building viable businesses, so that's a key thing for us to change. Another example of companies playing a bigger role in the future is with space internet connectivity. So maybe we don't only have to think about the governments or the EU building up infrastructures. We may have private companies actually launching constellations and starting to offer services direct to consumer or direct to companies. It could also be via intermediaries or for 5G backhaul or something like that. Wherever you can find paying customers and build up, companies that are sustainable in the long run. For micro launchers, it seems to have become an interesting complement to the larger launchers. They can offer shorter lead times, more flexibility to customers, and with several companies now developing solutions for micro launchers, we need to try to see if we can improve their chances of gaining market traction here. So as you've noticed, SMEs and larger companies are operating in markets where public customers account for a large part of their revenue. And to be successful in the future, the companies need to build a better presence in private markets also. This is really a key takeaway. Cannot rely only on the governments to provide contracts and revenue. And this will build a stronger European space industry and improve the link that the downstream companies have with various industries and markets. With these objectives in mind, the Commission and our new agency, EUSPA, we will launch the Cassini initiative, and we will cooperate with ESA also in the implementation. We're very grateful for ESA's interest and commitment. We intend to make sure that we have the best possible collaboration looking forward. So the dynamics in the space industry need to improve, both upstream and downstream, and we can do that if we join forces with all these organizations. And we want to see that Europe becomes a heavyweight commercial actor here, providing new launch services, new satellite concepts, and innovative digital services. Now, you probably all think about money, so let's talk about money for an instant. Can I swap to the next slide? Many companies say that there is a lack of investments. We have recognized that. So next year we will launch a 1 billion Cassini investment fund, which will be implemented with the help of the EIF, who can channel the capital to private investment funds, like venture capital funds, private equity funds. And the idea here is that we want to attract more venture capital funds to become interested in space investments and downstream investments. And so far, up until 2019, we didn't really have any venture capital funds who invested in space companies. And we did a pilot for a year and found that there were several funds that we could help set up and become operational. So now we're taking a much longer perspective. Now we have the 10-year perspective, how we want to change the way that the private investments are working, and to help them realize that you can find many interesting investments in these various space segments. The capacity we have in mind is to help maybe 4, 5, 6 venture capital funds to raise new amounts of money, new funds each year. And when this is fully operational, it could mean that we get like 60 new investments in companies per year compared to not running this scheme. So we think this will be a long-term intervention where hopefully we leverage a lot of private capital and we make the investors see that they will continue investing in space companies for the long run. So already in the beginning, we will leverage 3 or 4 times private capital with the help of our interventions, which will be under InvestEU. So look out for the Cassini branding there. Now, companies also need to become investment ready and to find new customers and also new connections in the industrial ecosystems. So we will create a tailor-made action called Cassini matchmaking. And it's a bit like what you've been running, with SpaceUp. We're building on all these projects. And we want to make it tailor-made for the needs of the SMEs and for the larger companies and for the investors. So we will focus entirely on, how we can create the best possible connections by creating thematic events with a little bit of different objective, different audience each time, and try to target all these segments where we'll find interesting space companies. So it's both meant for investments. That has been tried plenty before, but half of them will be devoted to industrial partnering, which we think is an equally important thing, so that they can hopefully team up with large companies, finding new distribution channels, and maybe also finding customers. In addition to this, we will have a Cassini Business Accelerator, which really intends to help the companies who are looking at the growth stages. How do they find a way to scale up on several markets and increase their revenue significantly in the future? So it's not meant to be like in the early stage kind of incubator or accelerator. This is really for the growth stages. And in the Business Accelerator, there may also be other surprises that you will find attractive to join. So there again, it's money we need to be able to launch these things. In the early stages, we'll have a couple of nice actions too. The Cassini Hackathons, which have already started this year, large-scale European events, which are held in 10 different locations simultaneously with online pitching for the finalists and so on. It's a pretty cool concept, and we were thrilled to see how many teams were pitching in the first event. The next one is going to be held at the beginning of November, so look out for the Cassini Hackathons. And we will also have Cassini prizes, which will be monetary prizes for the companies that can create the best kinds of solutions corresponding to the challenges that we have set. So what else can we say here? Well, if you're building some kind of satellite components or systems, we have in-orbit demonstration as well, with a bit of money to help create these experiments and get a seat on a launcher. So there we go. In a nutshell, this is what we hope to do, and we want as many organizations, of course, as possible to join in and see where you can, provide benefits, where you can hook on to one of these things. For example, in Cassini matchmaking, the coordinators will partner up with various organizations to create these sort of dedicated events, and it's possible that your organization can join in on one of these. So thanks a lot then, and I'm looking forward to perhaps some questions.
I don't know, do you have any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Go ahead.
Yes, Peter.
I do have the in-orbit demonstration. Is that I heard of the Proba 3? At least Kinetic has the in-orbit demonstration for now, but I heard that the experiments are already selected in France. If there's a call for a startup or for a scale-up to attend, where should he look for? Because I totally missed the application for going on that in-orbit demonstration.
Yeah, so the Commission will work with ESA to implement the in-orbit demonstration. So I think that there will be a new call for interest for the companies who are developing like interesting products. And I think it's going to be for next year, early next year. But I'll have to come back with more information on exactly when. So
it's more, is it going to be the portal, the EU portal? Is it going to be ESA Star that it's going to be published on?
Yeah. We'll have to see where we're going to publish it, but we'll have more and more information on the Cassini website, both on Europa, and we have a dedicated Cassini site for the hackathons now, where we can also we can use that for future actions. But whether the application form as such will be on ESA's site, we'll have to see which is more practical. It's possible ESA already has the necessary resources to do that. Yeah, Mr.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. Can you elaborate a bit on the interplay between the Commission services, SPA and ESA, and maybe even the EIF? Who has to put it crudely, who has a signing power? Is it a corporation? Is it consensus mode? How do you, and whether there are differences within Cassini in terms of who does what? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very good question. Mr. Menchik, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, right. The idea here is that we need to pool together all the resources we have. Instead of running many projects that are sort of run in parallel without much coordination, we'll try to work as closely as we can with EU SPA. They have a good team, they have lots of knowledge and so on. So now that we're launching Cassini Matchmaking, Cassini Business Accelerator, we'll have the Commission in direct management for the first 2 years. And then we'll work with EU SPA to manage all of these actions because it will be more efficient in the long run. And then we can focus on the right things because we have so many different things to do in the Commission with forward-looking work programs and securing money and making sure that we get all these policy priorities right and so on. So it will be great to be working together with EU SPA and also with ESA, who have a lot of good competence there.
Any other questions? It's your chance to ask about the €1 billion fund.
Yeah. So currently we are preparing for all these actions. So that's why I can't give you the link to apply here and so on. But
the check, I think.
Yeah, yeah. The check is in the mail.
Okay.
But the thing is, it takes a little bit of time. But when we get things going, it's going to make a good impact. And we have a very long-term perspective. We're not thinking in these 2-year cycles, like give a bit of funding to one project. But now we're thinking in a decade ahead, and also what is going to happen in the next decade after that. So that also counts for the downstream, digital industry. So, yeah, go ahead if you have other questions.
Which stage will address the fund in the development of startup? In early stage, scale-up phase?
You were thinking about the investment fund, perhaps? Yeah. So the good thing is that we have learned also when it comes to the financial instruments that we were running a lot of different programs in parallel with different objectives and different terms and so on. Now we regroup everything into a program called InvestEU, and we have common terms there, which means that when we launch Cassini Investment Fund, or it will be called Cassini Seed and Growth Investment Fund, to answer your question, we know that with this instrument, we can actually address all the companies from startups to SMEs up to mid-caps, so which is pretty large. I mean, it's companies with a valuation over 1 billion euros. So it's possible to address, a very broad swath of companies, which is a positive thing. Then, of course, it depends on what are the investment strategies of the private investment funds. And we cannot dictate to them how they should do it. We think they are best placed to make the selection of companies, but also to decide what their strategies should look like. So I would expect that they would probably focus on Series A, Series B, Series C rounds to begin with. That may be the most common in the beginning. But we will also encourage the funds to focus on the seed stages where they find that to be profitable and that the risks are manageable and so on. So hopefully we can address companies in many different stages. And then InvestEU will be much larger than the Cassini Investment Fund. So we will have various investment guarantees available, which can also be provided to larger companies for much larger investment rounds.
Is it possible to be a bit more, are you in a position to give us a date more precise than next year? Or and would you recommend to VCs the,
Yeah.
the institutions at this stage? When
Yeah,
everything
right.
is not operational?
So setting up a whole new program with all these financial products inside one big package. As you understand, it takes a little bit of time to negotiate this between the Commission and the EIF and the EIB. But we're confident this will take a few months and that we will be able to launch this hopefully from the 1st of January or something, but I can't make any promises. That's what we hope. Of course, if you know about a venture capital fund who'd be interested, you can already talk to the EIF scouting team. They have a lot of knowledge. They can already have a discussion about, you know, what should the setup look like and what kind of strategies would they and the experience of the investment team and so on. What would they like to see and how can you prepare in the best way for that? You can already do that now. I would say. Yeah. Did we have any other question there in the back? No? Okay.
Okay.
Chris, do you have any filling questions?
Feeling questions.
Fill in questions.
Yeah, okay. But you were saying that maybe there's some room for new initiatives that can join into the programs. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, so keep an eye out when we launch the next actions, Casino Matchmaking and Casino Business Accelerator, and see maybe there is a possibility for your organization to make a meaningful contribution there, because of course we want to bring together people from all over Europe to the best possible network, so that we, you know, running a startup and running all these support organizations, it shouldn't be like fragmented everywhere in Europe. We should join forces and do it together. So that's why I'm emphasizing that we will work closely with ESA also in the future. That's the only way to beat the Americans, isn't it?
It is, okay. But we would be happy to support you, of course, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us, and in fact, I would like to ask you to stay with us.
Sure.
Because we will
Happy.
have a panel session now, so we would like you to join, together with the 6 most advanced startups that we have selected during the process, during our project. So I would like to call on stage the representatives of IcoSpace, Astropreneurs, Bearways, Black Swan, Blue Lab, Plan Blue, and T4I. Thanks. I think we have one representative falling out. Yep. He's not here. Yeah, it's a bit tiny here.
Yeah, I'm falling.
Alicia,
Thanks.
please.
Okay, so welcome to everyone. Thanks for being here. This is the panel session. I'm Alicia Shelley. I'm here from IASP, one of the SpaceUp Consortium partners. So we're delighted to have you all with us today. As we've seen before, we have various representatives from consultants, from the companies, from entrepreneurs, and also, although we have our company representatives on stage, I'd also like to thank all of the companies that have participated in all of our Space Academies, and some of them are here today. We obviously have the poster exhibition next door as well, so if you want to know more about the companies and who participated, then you can go and find out more, and if the representatives are here, they can stand next to their poster and share a bit more about that. So just to let you know about the structure of this particular session, we will be starting off with a pitch session. So each of these companies, the main 6, one representing each of our space academies, will be standing up and doing a pitch. They will have a maximum of 5 minutes to present their company and to show a bit about what they're doing now and perhaps their progress. That'll be one one for each of those companies. We also have Astropreneurs with us, our sister project. They ran an acceleration program with business and technical mentorship for space-related startups, and we had a very good collaboration with them. And of course, we have Mr. Johnson, who will be joining us. So once each of the startups have made their pitch, we will all be together and there will be a panel discussion. And my colleague Eleonora from Ipazia will be controlling the panel session and sharing some questions, and you'll also have a question-answer session afterwards. So, with that, I think we will be able to move on with our first company. So we have ICO. If you would like to stand up, we have Lorenzo Ferrulio from Italy.
Sure, yeah. Should I go here?
Yeah, you can go with that, and you have that.
Welcome everybody. I'm Lorenzo. Oh, yes, microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So welcome everybody. I'm Lorenzo, the CEO and founder of ICO. I'll take a couple of minutes to tell you what are we doing in the company. So we are an automation company. We're focusing on solving a very specific but very challenging problem, which is the reduction of the cost of space missions, thanks to the automation of the operations of the space mission. This is important because operations is mainly the third or second cost in the overall cost of a space mission, and we believe there is plenty of things to be done in the automation sector for improving this situation. We specialize in artificial intelligence. Of course, we try to bring in new capabilities to the space systems, and AI is the major activity that we do as a software company in space. We did a world-first demonstration of deep learning algorithms on a satellite in 2019. We demonstrated the use of intelligent systems on Earth observation satellite to really improve how these satellites deliver the data to ground and how we can later monetize this data to third-party downstreams. We raised roughly 5 million so far between equity, contracts, and grants, and we are currently 20 people in the team. So the vision of ICO is pretty clear. We are focusing on building an AI ecosystem of technologies that will support autonomous operations in different domains, in different verticals of the space ecosystem. We go, of course, on spacecraft automation, operation automation, both single satellite and constellation operations automation. This is the main business line that we focus on. But we're also focusing on astronaut support and lunar applications. Here we are part of the Artemis program, so really working to build an automation future for these challenging missions. We're keeping an eye on more distant activities like Martian applications, but also on relevant activities that are in different verticals, such as drones, robotics, stratospheric platforms, sectors that can benefit from the technology we're building in space. The business lines we're building in ICO are these ones, namely Earth observation and telecommunication missions. These are the two biggest cuts in the market for space missions in general, and these are the two markets where the technology of automation can really benefit. Visual navigation, so really trying to improve the capabilities of spacecraft in challenging missions such as in-orbit servicing, debris removal, or navigation in this deep space. And of course, the ground counterpart, which is trying to support the operators on the ground in taking better decisions, more informed decisions during the operations of a mission. All right, this was ICO, and thank you, and nice to meet you.
Great, well, thank you very much, Lorenzo. Very prompt, good timekeeping there as well. So that was from Space Academy Bremen. And I'm pleased to say that we actually have Moritz with us, and cutting it fine with his plane, but he arrived just in time. So Moritz von Gruthaus is here representing Bearways, who is from the Space Academy Paris. Here is the remote control. If you just press the next.
I can speak with.
Yes, there we go. And if you press that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Bearways. Yes, thank you very much. Please excuse, I really just rushed the taxi driver and rushed him, and we were stuck in traffic, as always. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Moritz von Grotthus. I'm CEO and founder of Bearways. Bearways is a startup. We're 2.5 years old, 10 employees, 9 of them being software engineers. We were founded by Sascha Clement and myself in 2019. We're serial entrepreneurs in the field of automotive. We already built a startup, Gestigon, sold it to the Valeo Group in 2017. And while being at Valeo, we were thinking about what is the core problem of automotive that people are trying to solve? And the core problem is, in the end, assisted driving. We don't want to drive. Actually, my taxi driver shouldn't be driving. We don't want to drive. And we've been working on that for 30 years with assisted braking and servo steering and stuff like that. And we're going to be working on that for the next 30 years. But the big, 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 big but is this is happening in Silicon Valley, Detroit, Brussels, Munich, and Shanghai. And the world is so much bigger. 80% of the world's roads are not paved. 50% of the world population is not living in these urban areas. And they are entirely unserved today because we lack data. Today, a town like Brussels, a town like Munich, or Berlin, or Shanghai has been mapped for several times with HD mapping. So we know every centimeter, every inch of every road in these urban areas, but we have very little data about what is happening abroad, what is happening in the countryside, and not only in the countryside of Belgium and Germany, but also Indonesia, Malaysia, Latin America, Southern Africa. And this is what we're trying to solve. Our core idea is, let's start at the very left part. We're building a data engine. We're building a data engine where we provide as much data as possible related to the drivability of a road. And how do we do it? Well, we use machine learning and deep learning. Most of you, I assume, are engineers, so that you're going to hate the word artificial intelligence. It's machine learning and deep learning. We aggregate as much data as possible from common sources. We try to learn about this data, use pattern recognition approaches, then use satellite data to cover areas where we have no data from the ground, hopefully verify that with data from sensors and from the vehicles, and then be able to predict how's the drivability of a road anywhere in the world. One example that we're already building now, we have 2 serial production contracts with German OEMs, is the topic of e-routing. How can we estimate the range of the e-vehicle in non-urban areas? And we take into account the driver's preferences. Some like speeding, some like driving slow. A logistic truck has other preferences as a Porsche driver. We take that into account. We take into account the vehicle capabilities. Think about winter, you have summer tires or winter tires. That makes a difference. Is it a 4x4? Is it a truck? Is wind a topic? And so on. And then, of course, and that's where we use satellite data very strongly in the environmental part. What is the vegetation right and left? What is the weather? What kind of road surface do we have? What is the road quality? Do we know from satellite data about anything about traffic, and so on and so on? That's what we're building. My name is Moritz van Grotus. I'm the CEO of Bearways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So with that, thank you very much for the timekeeping again. We're going ahead smoothly there. From the Space Academy Rome, I'd like to welcome back Black Swan, represented by Marius Klimavicius. Yeah. Thank you. And we go from Lithuania. Thank you.
It's on, right? Okay. All right, so my name is Marius. I'm from Black Swan Technologies. So we are from Lithuania, and we're building autonomy in space. So at the moment, our commercial focus is a simulations platform for doing complex missions in orbit, which is called the Mission Design Simulator. Again, it's focused on simulating complex missions that require autonomous navigation and robotics. It is co-funded by ESA, and we just released a beta version of it this year. Then together with our partners, we're working on a suite of autonomy products. In space, there is a tendency to develop everything from scratch, and we just want to tell everybody that there might be a better way, specifically when it comes to navigation and doing robotics and in-orbit servicing. Eventually, our goal as a company is to become an autonomy platform provider, autonomy as a service provider, where we provide customers with basically an autonomous satellite that can do various work in space, in orbit servicing, debris removal, and things like that. Personally, we find that the most interesting part. So this is the mission design simulator. Again, it's a comprehensive tool that is dedicated to simulate complex space missions. It enables the user to run navigation and robotic algorithms in real time in a photorealistic environment. And you have all these visual cues to really show you that it's running actually here in faster than real time. And the algorithms are resolved in faster than real time. We also have, since that's quite important, that's what we found developing these autonomous products, that we need to simulate the multi-body dynamics and orbital mechanics together. So we achieve that using integrated or sort of custom propagators, depending on what the customer needs, what we need. And the software is capable of not designing, but generating synthetic image datasets. And that's, of course, important. You don't have enough data from space when it comes to navigation in space, specifically, for missions like in orbit servicing. So we have to start somewhere. We thought that, the best way is sort of start with the synthetic images. Then the whole software design is quite modular, so you can plug different subsystems such as GNC and others and test it in the environment. And we also have a language agnostic API, so you can integrate this with your work pipeline using industry standard tools such as MATLAB. This is our vision-based navigation system. So again, the sort of focus is, and it's under development right now with our partners, but the aim here is to develop an off-the-shelf navigations system for performing rendezvous and docking, and that's at the core of any sort of in-orbit servicing or let's say asteroid mapping mission, if you talk about scientific missions. We are leveraging deep learning, so we're using deep learning coupled with computer vision to make the algorithms robust against the space environment, so specifically dynamic lighting, shadows, and sun flares and things like that. Right now, it seems like we're going to be able to fit this into a 4U CubeSat form factor with just under 5 kilos. And since we're using mostly passive sensors for this, like cameras, the power consumption is low as well. So at the bottom here, you see the sort of development pipeline that we've implemented. So again, we started with the mission design simulator because there wasn't enough data for the specific missions that we wanted to train these algorithms that will do navigation. Then to test it, we kind of ported it to the physical world, and this is a very, of course, rudimentary, but that gives us a good idea of how well these algorithms transfer to the physical world. And then, of course, when we're happy enough with it, and actually we will put together a physical prototype. We are a software company, but you can't avoid the space hardware. Of course, the processing power and things like that, you have to take that into account. So we put together a prototype. We're going to be testing this prototype at either STEC or DLR early next year. So that's it. Again, my name is Marius. Hopefully you enjoyed this short presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Marius. And we have, from representing Space Academy Europe, we have Cinzia Coppola, and she's here from Blue Lab. So, the microphone and that. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon to everybody. I'm very excited to be here in presence finally. So, I'm Cinzia Coppola, CEO and founder of Blue Lab. We participate in SpaceUp Academy Europe with this project, which is about an emergency locator transmitter, survival type. Actually it can be feasible for a lot of sectors, but we began to develop it especially for the helicopter segment, as we have a launch customer. So we start from a business pain that is a major issue, which is to increase personal security in transport activities, and also using advanced computing services and all the latest digital services from Galileo. In fact, our solution proposal was to develop a new product line to have a portable transmitter compliant with aerospace rule, very compact, light, with high resistance batteries and so on. And the team was composed at the beginning of 3 people. At the moment we are around 10 people, but it's increasing. The company is about 2 years old in this field. And so we arrived at the SpaceUp Academy Europe at an early stage because we had some early investor, but we wanted to raise capital, and I think that it was a great opportunity for us because we had good connections in this field. So this is the actual situation at the moment. We are also participating in some European projects. We had just won a call with IT Digital, and we found the first investors because at the moment we have an MVP, so a prototype, but with this opportunity we will have, I think in a few months, the final product. For us was very important since we have this customer. So there are a lot of sectors that are involved because, as I told you, we started with helicopters, but we want also to have other customers in aviation, maritime, drones, outdoor sports, maintenance centers, so professional and B2B sectors. And yes, so these are this main contact, the site of our project for all our reference. Okay.
Thank you very much, Cinzia, and I'd like to now welcome Hannah Brock from Plan Blue, our very first Space Academy in Bremen, and Helsinki. Sorry, we're from Bremen.
This one.
That one.
Yeah. Yeah, before I begin, I would like to do an exercise with you. So please take in 2 breaths with me, really deep, like 1 in, out, and in, and out. Are you aware that every second breath you take is from the ocean? The ocean is key for our lives. So nowadays you have all these awesome programs where you can zoom into the Earth at different points and see the maps in high details. Here you see the Chinese wall, or you can go and zoom in Central Park in New York, and you can even see people sitting on the road. It's quite amazing what we can do with the satellite technologies nowadays. But you see also a lot of blue areas which are not, which have no information. And this is actually troublesome because we don't know anything about the seafloor. And the seafloor is key, a healthy seafloor is key to many, to billions of people with regard to jobs and food, and also as climate regulation. So what are we doing? Plan Blue pops up the seafloor in high details. We do that with our underwater satellite. And we do that by combining high advanced imaging, such as hyperspectral imaging. We combine it with artificial intelligence and underwater navigation. And then we can pop up features here in red, for an example, plastic, and in yellow, sediment. But we can do much, much more. Here's another example of seagrass. Seagrass are the best source we know for carbon, for fixing carbon on Earth. So there's so much we can do with this data, so this is just the tip of the iceberg, and it's applicable to many sectors from the blue economy, which I will show you shortly. So these are the different sectors where we can provide this new data. Aqua farming, environmental management and research, environmental services, coastal restoration, offshore wind energy, marine surveys, inspection, risk management and insurance, carbon sequestration and trade, and environmental advocacy. So we focus on coral restoration and carbon sequestration in the next years. Now you saw that we still have our technology dive operated, but within 1 year we will start to launch underwater robotics and do our first test. I'm Hanna Brocke. I'm a co-founder and COO of Plain Blue, and I'm very happy to be here today. And yeah, just ask me more details, and I'm happy to join the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, and of course from Space Academy Helsinki. And now we have from Space Academy Rome, we have Fabiana Milza. Thank you very much. That. From T4I.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm so happy to be here in person. It's the first live event for me as part of T4I. So it's a special day for me. And we participated in the Rome edition back in December 2020. So it's almost 1 year that we participated. But I want to briefly introduce you to what we do and who we are at T4I. T4I was born in 2014 as a spin-off of the University of Padua, and we are an Italian rocket company. We develop motors, electric and chemical and coal gas propulsion systems for small satellite platforms. We develop complete space products, or we do customized propulsion solutions based on customers' requirements. The core team of T4I, the technical team, was already working on propulsion systems within the propulsion laboratories at University of Padua since 2006, so long history. And in these years, we have been supported by institutional partners like Italian Space Agency, European Space Agency, European Commission, and Italian government, but also by big players, big commercial players like Thales Alenia Space or Avio, and other SMEs. We are developing propulsion systems with Open Cosmos and Tyvek International. We are now 30 people and we are growing. And our mission is to develop innovative engines or propulsion systems to open unexplored mobility forms to small satellite platforms and unlimited windows to access space. Let's talk a little bit about the market. According to Euroconsult, the total market value for small satellites is expected to reach $54.2 billion by 2030, and with around 13,910 small satellites to be launched. And performing a bottom-up market analysis, we found out that 52% of these satellites will be American, and unfortunately only 12% will be European. The problem of the market of small satellite manufacturers or operators are at the moment is that currently available propulsion systems are still either too expensive or unreliable or inefficient or do not address specifically the mobility needs of small satellite platforms. That's why we want to provide the market with robust, simple, efficient, and above all, cost-effective propulsion systems. As I was mentioning before, we have a broad portfolio of propulsion systems. We go from the Regulus propulsion systems family, that is our electric propulsion systems family. We have 3 different motors that are under development within this family. Regulus 50i2 is the smallest and is currently performing its IOD mission integrated in a microsatellite that was launched last March. But we are also developing chemical propulsion systems exploiting the hydrogen peroxide highly stabilized technology. We are developing monopropellant and bipropellant. We are developing a hybrid propulsion system for access to space applications, so for micro launchers. And just recently, we started an ESA contract with Open Cosmos and TIVAC International to develop a 6 degree of freedom cold gas propulsion system. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Fabiana. And so with that, that's our 6 companies representing our 6 space academies. And I'd like to invite Peter de Leja, who will be representing our fellow Horizon 2020 project, Astropreneurs. There we go.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I don't have any slides. Is this is on? Yes. Thank you. As was said, we are the sister program. I'm really happy to be here and talk about this because I'll be honest, the project started before my time, before I joined Verhaert as a partner to this group, but it really showed me how nice this is to work in the space industry. And I think it's nice to see the collaboration and the specific focus of Astropreneurs was being the network, which it really was, of mentors, of specialists, for people who are keen on entering this industry. You have a lot of technicians, a lot of technical people with knowledge about GNSS, satellite data, Earth observation data, and they think of a service, they think of something that might be interesting. However, they're always keen on, I know a lot of technical people, but I don't have a business perspective. How do I start a venture? These are questions that are really keeping people from starting a venture. And this is something that Astropreneurs really focused on. It was before, as these questions arise, we should have somebody, a group of companies, a group of specialists, being able to provide guidance, to provide free mentoring. And so that's what Astropreneurs did. Instead of offering money, it really focused on, if you have a question, we have a 3 months acceleration program. You can partake. There's no call deadline. You can really start. You can come and ask us anytime that you want, with a very easy questionnaire, where we started with 4 or 5 questions on what are you thinking of, what is your challenge, and based on that quick questionnaire from all over Europe, we connected it to one of our partners, either mentors or facilitators or employees, and that was only possible because the different partners knew each other. We all are, I think most, if not all, were ISABICs before, so we knew what the specific focus was. We knew the different people, and having this personal aspect made it really easy, work, where we connected the startups with the mentors. To add on that, the mentors were they were not forced upon them. The startups were able to call upon them. So it was ticket based, where companies should say, "Oh, I have this question specifically for a business mentor. Oh, let's see. You have your own ambassador. You have your own mentor assigned to you." And I actually see some mentors here present today. But the company should have the question. And then it's up to them to come to an agreement in how much are we going to collaborate, how much can the mentor do, talking and giving guidance, being the innovation partner there, or can the mentor actually do outside. Of course, what you see with these kind of programs is when you start writing the proposal, things change. You notice we first started with 50 hours of mentoring per startup. That decreased because we actually saw that sometimes the startup would not need that many hours, and we just wanted to broaden it. So from an Astropreneurs, we supported more than 150 ventures, more than 500 entrepreneurs, where not all entrepreneurs started the company, but at least we were given guidance.
And the point of collaboration with SpaceUp was when we noticed that some entrepreneurs were really getting some speed, really were accelerating. We were connecting together with SpaceUp to this is the next program for you. And I want to emphasize that this will remain important for technical people wanting to start their own space venture. You need a point of connection, a point of contact. I have a question on a satellite design. Who do I go to? And space is well known to be a global but small industry where everybody kind of knows everybody. However, you have to be in there. So I want to open up for the next time to see if we can be this point of contact, and then we connect to other accelerators like the ESA Big Network, to other accelerators across Europe. But also what we see is why don't we go abroad? Why don't we go to the US and connect there and find collaboration with maybe China might be a bit more difficult, but go international. This is a global industry, and this is definitely something I'd like to see. But let's keep it one step at a time with one question, and then that's what Astropreneur's was really good at. And I hope we can continue this, maybe with the next Cassini projects. I've seen a lot of good evolution there, so looking forward to what's going to happen in the future European Union environment.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we'll move into part 2 of this session, where Leonora will be guiding the next questions for the panel session. You will also have a chance to be giving some questions to the panelists here as well. So if you have any specific questions, make a note of that, and we will be sharing them towards the end. So with that, Leonora, I pass over to you.
So thank you very much, Alicia. We will now start this panel session to explore together. Can you hear me?
I can use this one.
This one?
Oh.
No. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Now? Yes. Okay, so thank you very much, Alicia. We will now start this panel session, this chat with the startups, Astropreneurs, and Mr. Johnson that you have already met. To explore a bit together the lessons learned from the SpaceUp and the Astropreneur project with the startups and with Peter, and to see together the way forward and the future with the final remarks of Mr. Johnson. So for the startups, I would like to start with a very round table on a few questions that we have prepared for you. The first one concerning a little bit the SpaceUp project. So we have read, based on IBAN, the European Business Angel Network report, that was also one of the partners of SpaceUp, that the investors have two main problems when deciding their investments. The market, that is not clear in terms of competition and traction, and in terms of teams. So most of the time companies lack skills from their teams. As Yannis presented within the SpaceUp project, we have provided you with one-to-one meetings, feasibility studies covering these two topics. So my first question, maybe Cinzia or Moritz, would be, do you have any takeaway lesson from the SpaceUp that you would like to share with the audience?
Okay, so I begin. Okay. Yes, I found SpaceUp Academy Europe very useful in this way. Can you, yeah, okay. Because yes, for the mentorship programs, I had 2 days very, very intensive, but I came back home with a lot of useful hints. In fact, when I came back home, I immediately had a meeting with the other founders to tell them what I have what I learned, because yes, we had some useful lessons from, especially for business modeling, because we were quite expert about business design, but we saw that we had other things to explore, other markets and so on. There were a lot of useful ideas to expand the new segments to explore, and also we got to know other channel for investors, because we already knew some of them, but we missed some important funding opportunities, and so there were some specific hints that were very useful for us.
All right, thank you very much, Cinzia. Maybe Moritz, you would like to share your feedback?
Yes, it's. I can only sign up to what Cinzia said. It was very interesting. It was challenging, and I mean, as a team, we've done that before. So it's probably the team spirit or the team topics were, at least from our inner view, less challenging and less demanding on us. But every time you get questioned, every time you get asked, why do you mean this? Why do you believe that? It supports sharpening your profile, and it supports being able to answer these questions when it really gets to the point, and when it's really about winning a customer, winning an investor, and not only being challenged and being mentored. And I think that's one of the core topics and the core learnings, is that it's a long process, and the more views you get and the more tricky questions you get that you hadn't before, you learn. And that was one of the steps that we're going through and still go in the middle of it, where the whole Space Academy and the whole process around really added value, especially for us, as the whole space data is just one element. We're a data company, but space data and satellite data is not the entire core. It's just one element, and it's supported on that.
All right. Anyone else that would like to take over this first question? Maybe Lorenzo or Fabiana.
I will also build up on this. I think in general, what everybody here is trying to do, and also we're trying to do that, is really taking the best decision in every steps of our growth. And this SpaceUp program was really super helpful in making sure we had quite a lot of information to digest and to use to take these decisions, whether it was on scaling up or managing the team or understanding our financial credibility and so on. So really powerful instrument here.
All right. So maybe you would like to continue also to share your feedback on that, since it would be quite interesting to know the feedback in the end after 3 years of working together.
Yeah, for sure. So for us, again, I mean, SpaceUp was a good practice. The more people you talk to, you kind of improve your presentation and the pitch, and also kind of flesh out the whole startup. Especially for us, we were at the early stage company, we're trying to do these difficult things. So yeah, I mean, it was really helpful, and I hope there will be more events like that in Europe, and yeah, we have to catch up with the Americans for sure.
Super. Few words from Anna and Fabiana.
I don't want to take it. So yeah, for for us, I think on the company level, the feasibility study was really great for us. So we had a really in-depth discussion with the market, and we found out that our new data can be used for many use cases. And that was the first confirmation for us, because we're a front runner and are doing new data. So it was nice to have this confirmation. Then on the team side, for example, we got the feedback that we need to understand our customers better. So then we hired a new person, a UX lead, so user experience lead. And also with regard to competitors, competitors, sorry. It was also really interesting for us because we could see that nobody is using the technology in the way we do, and also combined with this business model. So for us it was very positive, and we could use a lot of strengths or see our weaknesses better. Yeah.
It's my turn. Okay. Two things were mostly interesting for us. The first was the meeting with the business angel, because at T4I we are bootstrapped. We don't have private funds inside. So also getting, you know, a feedback from private funds was really interesting for us. And the second one was the meeting with G Group, so the human resources, because we are growing. In 1 year we went from 20 people to 30 people, and we are keep growing. So learning how to attract the talents was a good topic, and also the onboarding process of newcomers in the company. So these two topics.
All right, super. So from your feedback and a little bit of feedback from the consortium partner, what we have noticed is that the European space ecosystem is a various one, is a complex one, sometimes a weak one. So from your experience within SpaceUp and outside SpaceUp, do you have any specific topic or initiative you think is still needed for entrepreneurs from your point of view? Maybe since you already have the microphone, we can go on.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Johnson stole all my presentation because you already said everything I wanted to say to answer for this question. Like, the key topic is the time to market. So you have to go fast to the market. So all the things that slow you, those need to be solved. So financing, funding, bureaucracy, a lot of bureaucracy, and also attracting the people, the right people for the right skill and for the right role. So this is the thing. Thanks for stealing my presentation, my answer.
Well, your input is actually very valuable. So
yeah.
We want to listen a lot to the entrepreneurs and hear what you think are the major hurdles for you to overcome.
Yes, and also like you mentioned the IOD, IOV opportunities, and yes, it's a cool thing to have opportunities to launch, because every one of us needs to have an IOD opportunity. But if it takes 4, 5, 6 years, it's a bit useless, because in the meantime you have the product ready and you decided, okay, I launch it privately. That is good for the companies that are doing that business, but it's not really good for the others. So.
If that was your experience, you should really tell the Commission and ESA that waiting is not an option. We need that kind of feedback.
Yeah, okay, so a bit quicker and less bureaucracy and more funding, quick funding, quick money, let's say.
Yeah, I can just support this actually, because I think here in Europe we need fast investments, and in two regards. So I mean public and private. So for instance, with private funds, because we're a bit of an outlier company and we have this new data, we're a bit of an outlier, so we really talk with a lot of investment across Europe, and we usually don't get a no, but we get a later. We're very interested, but we want to invest later, and especially the DACH countries, they're really hesitant. They want to have numbers. And if you have new data, this is something which is really difficult to get. For example, like revenue. So if you have new data, first of all, you need to see, does it make sense to like take really a lot of customer projects, or do you target exactly that what you need for your product development? Another thing is that the customer acquisition is just slower when you have something really new. So, I mean, we don't complain about it because they're all coming back, but still we can't provide this numbers. And actually, you mentioned it a little bit already, but we're now really talking a lot more to American investors because they're much, much faster than European ones. And I just want to make clear here, we're really attached to Europe. We want to stay in Europe. We want to keep the IP in Europe. But in the end of the day, if you cannot develop here, how should you, you have to see that the company survives. And then the next thing, what I would like to say with regard to public funds, if I may have the time. So I think, for instance, the EIC funds, they are fantastic. It's really really enabling tool. But the problem is that there's so many companies applying, and you cannot just be excellent and then you make it. You need to also be lucky, and you need to have the right reviewers to the right moment. And this week we submit for the 4th time the EIC grant, and of course we are still hoping, but we put a lot of effort and time and funds into applying with very little chance for outcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Yeah, so since the conversation is getting a bit spicy, I suggest to continue so we can provide some feedback to the Commission. Also, Peter, if you would like to say something.
For sure, but I'd like to hear the entrepreneurs first, and I'd like to summarize.
Microphone.
Sure. So, Cinzia, it's your turn. So he just said that he would like to continue hearing first the startups, and then he will provide his feedback at the end.
Okay. Yes, as I said, I appreciated the feasibility studies of SpaceUp Academy because if I think at some friends of mine that are entrepreneurs, sometimes I think that they make the mistake to fall in love with their product and to think to raise money, but they don't have the whole strategy, the clear business model. So it's important to have a stronger education in business design and to have clear all the key elements of the value chain, because I saw a lot of companies that started in a certain way but they weren't sustainable in the long term. So that's why I think this kind of education is important associated with the funding.
Perfect. Maybe Marius?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say about this, and I can agree with the previous speakers. Yeah, I mean, space is not easy, and in Europe, it's kind of hard as well, in terms of investment and you know, getting sort of your head around how you sell the product, to whom you sell the product. We used to get a lot, you know, we started and we used to get this feedback, you know, where people would listen to our pitch and give us the sort of look of, yeah, it's ambitious, which means that, you know, no, this is too much risk. So I think in Europe, we really have to maybe be a little more ambitious if you really want to catch up, or, I mean, be first at something. Everybody wants, you know, the sort of business idea that's tried and risk-free, and it's space. Come on, people. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of risk. So, yeah.
Yeah, little comment as well here. I mean, the idea of space is really trying to get well. We should really try to push for the innovation here in Europe. That's for sure. Something that we find out a lot of times when speaking with investors, for example, is that we get to discuss about metrics that are not always compatible with how space is evolving or how a startup evolves in space. For example, it could be revenues for an early stage company that is quite tricky to get, especially if we're talking about an entry in a market which is not really well developed, because space at the moment, especially in Europe, but also in generally speaking, is mostly institutional. No? So how can we bridge the gap to the commercial space? That is a topic that needs to be solved. It is not a topic to be solved by the institution only. We need to push as startups to contribute to solve these problems as well. big customers need to push themselves to actually purchase services or products from the startups. It's the overall ecosystem needs to be evolving, and it's moving in the right direction. Probably will take a couple of more years, probably, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't fully agree to the big money. We're now in the fourth round of EIC2. We didn't hand in on October 6th. I'm going to do that in January again. What I would be, especially on European level, lack is fast money. I mean, we wrote the first application for EIC something like a year ago. Hey, we're a startup. A year ago is a fucking age. I mean, that's really, really long ago. And if we haven't solved what we described then, already now, at least partially, we're too late. And if I see regional public funds, where you write down a sketch of 1-2 pages, you get a go, and you get something like 100, 200, 300K within 3 months. That is much more valuable for a young startup than having the big carrot. Maybe in 1.5 years, you might get 4 million. A lot won't survive to get there. And we see that with the regional funds being fast, and we see it with the US military. But then we're exactly, well, we're a European startup. We actually like it here. But the US military is faster with bigger money. And then you suddenly start thinking, okay, one way or another. But this middle way of European money, it's far too much bureaucracy and too slow. Far.
But he wants to have a good comment on it.
And I'm on the middle ground, so maybe you first want to counter?
I know my answer.
Okay. Well, being in the middle ground gives you also a bit of perspective. So for me, it's very interesting to hear. It's something we as facilitators also apply to grants and want to facilitate this network. And that's where the Commission comes in. And the many issues that we see within space is not just space. So all over the startup network, startup ecosystem, you actually see a change where there used to be a lot of pre-seed money. Here's a location, here's 20K, start. Doesn't matter. Business model, fair enough. There are some numbers on the slide. Let's go. This is drying up a bit. So you see that there is a that the number of incubators or the growth in the number of incubators is going down, and there's a lot of specialization, and this is also expected from startups. So there is a bit of similarity to this is the general startup ecosystem. Then you go look to space, and then you have other barriers. You have a limited number of business angels who understand space. You have limited awareness in customers. And the funny thing about being in space, you're actually in the translation business. We had this discussion in Berlin last week. Communication on social media to clients. We use GNSS. Nobody knows. No customer knows what GNSS is. So we have to translate and really validate with customers. Are you going to use location-based services? Is location important for you? We can do this with Galileo up to a meter, or even depending on the system, you can even get them down. And that's where this translation gets really important, and that's where I also want to emphasize on there's a shortage of engineers with knowledge of getting robust space systems up in space. You have a lot of enthusiasm with the younger generation, but getting a validated system and the space heritage in there, it's important. So an idea of me was maybe we need an extra incentive for academic programs. business. Yeah, we do definitely need business. Where I also talked to my university, and as a business student, my background is business. I knew nothing about space, literally nothing. It was just the sheer the little boy mentality that was like, oh, space looks nice. That I started to work for Verhaert, and I see this ecosystem with a lot of people building products that they think is amazing, but in the end, who's your customer and what does he want to do? So getting to know your customer is important, and this should be a private customer. At first glance, a private customer. A public customer is a facilitator. You should. Okay, there are plus advantages and disadvantages of having public customers. But if you're servicing a private industry, at first build an application that would serve this private industry, and then say the market is not developed yet or not far enough. What is the public institution going to assist us with? And this is I really think with the Cassini initiative we see the consolidation of a very fragmented system where a lot of people really like to work in the space industry. There's a lot of competition there because it's such a nice industry and everybody really wants to have a piece of it. However we can grow it. Instead of trying to compete, how do you collaborate? And this is something that you see throughout the Cassini initiative, collaborating across across agencies, entities, financing mechanisms. It's not going to be easy. I assume that. I think there's a bit of learning on both sides. How can we find the profiles that you need? Be aware that you need business profiles. I've seen engineering teams be like, business, how hard can it be? So yeah, it's interesting to see that there's EU grants in themselves should not be a goal. It's building a profitable business, preferably with a commercial client. That is the main goal. And I had another one. You actually mentioned, sorry, yeah, no, so you actually mentioned 200, 300K, maybe we need an EIT space instead of an EIC.
You're talking about academia again?
No. Well, you have the EIT food, the EIT, the kick. Maybe we need a kick.
We already have those tools.
Yeah, cool. I actually don't know.
Sure. You want also to say? Okay. No.
Enough.
Yeah. So for us, I think, yeah, I mean, we are a bit of like, we use space technology, but we are not really shooting stuff in space. We submerge it in the ocean, so we are a little bit in another situation. But do you not believe that there's a really different mentality with regard to investment between Europe and the US? Because that's what I'm like criticizing also with regard to the fast money, that we really get fast money, and it's not about like just looking for public funds. We can create revenue, that's not the problem, but we need to have some money, then we can have a dedicated team, and then we can do that. And if you just ask for a revenue, or you have like some box you need to tick, if you are doing something really new, it's very difficult to fulfill this. And what is with these startups? And with regard to the EIC grants, I think they're a remarkable tool to help exactly push the startup up one level further, and then it rolls. So I think it's a big chance, and it's a very nice tool. But there is very little money to. I mean, now we had also COVID, and there were even more companies applying, but the funds doesn't match the quality. Maybe I don't know.
I'll have a go. So I can fully understand. You mentioned several times that you need quick money, and This is really the objective. The reason why the private investors are saying very interesting, we would like to wait and see, is that they want to see how you solve all these problems. They want to see the next time they meet you and the next time and the next time what is happening. Are you seeing an evolution in the number of users, the number of paying customers and so on? Are you meeting the milestones that you told them at the last meeting? And they are checking you. They're checking your performance against what you told them, right? So we can learn a lot from all these other markets where there has happened so much in the internet ICT digital markets over the past 10 years. Okay, so I know the Scandinavian countries perhaps a little bit better, but I can see that during the past 15 years, we've had a fantastic development in creating this ecosystem where around 2010, the first entrepreneurs who'd made an exit, they came back and started supporting the new entrepreneurs around 2010, not only with money but with expertise in teaching the younger ones how to address markets. It is a messy business. It's difficult to find market traction, to find the right type of customers. But you can learn this process. And that's why I think we need to get out a little bit of the space bubble and connect with all these other markets and see how they have done it. Finally, you're not a space company, perhaps, if you're doing a digital service. So you need to talk with your customers in the language that they understand, in the kind of environment that they are already operating in. So there are some ideas that we will build into, for example, Cassini Business Accelerator. But then meeting large companies and customers, that's a super important thing for you to be able to talk to people and find out who are your real customers, the customers who are willing to pay for your product. So we'll try to build that into Cassini matchmaking to make it possible for you to meet a lot of different people. And we can connect people at the European level. That's a nice thing. I mean, if you have a great network in your home country, for example, in France, you may not have a great network in the other countries, but we can help you to achieve that. So that's the advantage of the European cooperation. And then hopefully we'll see, in the next 10 years, we have built up self-sustaining networks that will create the next generation of entrepreneurs and make it a little bit easier for them to scale up dramatically. So that's a bit, the kind of key points that we can bring in from all the other sectors and the fantastic development they've had over the last 10 years. Then you'll get the money from the investors. Especially business angels are much quicker in their processes if you think that the process is too slow. So in Cassini Matchmaking, we'll make sure that we'll invite business angels. And some of them will then later on set up funds with a more professional type of management. So they will be more demanding, but there will be more money.
Any last feedback from the startups?
I'd like to add that be aware that ESA is going through a generational shift. So in the next 10 years, a lot of people in ESA will retire. However, these people are usually, from what I know in the space industry, everybody is very hardworking. They will have time on their hands. So maybe it's an idea, maybe it's an opportunity to look for us facilitators or startups. ESA will let go very knowledgeable persons who want to give back. Maybe it's something that we need to organize. Maybe it's something that you can do on your own to have a look.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to, you want to go first?
I don't want to put too much spice. That's easy to moderate.
I just want to add something. Of course, we have already fantastic investors, and we have a lot of support. And we were also in several accelerator programs. ESA Big, Climate Kick. Now we're in the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. We are in the Google mentoring programs for sustainable development goals, we have a lot of support from outside, and we know it's a key, and we know also it's fantastic to have network, because that's really, really helping. So I think it's a fabulous tool you're creating, and I think this is the key to get networks and join forces together. But still, I think it goes a little slow with investments on the side. I have to say that again, because that is really what we experience, and it's we talk, as I said, with a lot of investors.
I want just to say that yes, I missed the topic about the matchmaking. That is a good tool for us, because it's not only institution with SMEs like mine or startups, but it's also big players, because we all know that the big money go to the big players. But if the big players can involve somehow SMEs, it could be beneficial for the entire environment. Just to you, if I have to wait 10 years that the people from ESA retires, all of us will be all broken or successful. There's no other option if I have to wait for 10 years.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of comment on one thing. So I don't think anybody on this panel wants to, for the rest of their lives, let's say, write proposals for public funding. That's not the goal. So I think as an entrepreneur and entrepreneurs, we understand that, you know, the goal is the private customer. Really, the question is how you get there if you're in space. So I think what you, Thomas, mentioned today, I've really enjoyed it, because let's say for us specifically, and again for I think others here, is that sort of in-orbit demonstration and orbit verification that really we have to go through somehow, and we don't have the money for. I mean, we can obviously, you know, design something and come up with prototypes that work in the lab, but to make it work in space, you have to actually get there and prove to the customer that it's going to work in space. So yeah. So thank you. I mean, that's a good initiative, sure.
Ideas, or you just want to express what are your actual needs, don't hesitate to reach out to us in the Commission or EU SPA or in ESA, because we need to get that kind of direct feedback to be able to make the right decisions.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's difficult to know like whom to reach out to, because obviously, let's say for us, we're mostly dealing with ESA.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of programs, and you know, there's this the regional return, you know, the money is sort of managed, who gives the most, you know, you have to take that into account. So there are a lot of things that you have to navigate as a startup, and it's kind of difficult, yeah.
And also that's the reason why we want to work with venture capital funds. We think that they are great at selecting the right companies, and hopefully they will be quicker than if we, you know, go through the bureaucratic procedures for grants and so on.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, this sort of, I wouldn't say fast money, because it sounds like fast loans, but just money to kind of plug in any gaps that you have, the private money. Let's say you have a launch foreseen, you know, you paid for the development up until a certain TRL level, and you're missing just the, you know, covering the launch cost that, you know, could be covered by private money. So that would definitely help.
All right, I suggest we suspend just before the coffee break the spicy and complaining session, and we dive a little bit into the positive outcomes and the opportunities that you see for your companies in the short term. So maybe we can start from Moritz or Lorenzo.
Well, I'm not sure if it's very space related. If I wouldn't be here, I would be closing a round and winning 2 customers and kicking my team to deliver. That's the challenge, and we are using satellite data to deliver, especially in the emerging markets. But it's data. We're delivering and closing. That's the core.
All right. Now, for us, the future is looking quite intense. We are planning to open up another office in another European country. That would be from the beginning of next year. For us, quite essential to really expand the network of customers we have. We look forward to a US office as well, to be understood whether it's next year or 2023. And on the technical side, we're looking forward to accumulate hundreds, if not thousands, of flight hours for our products, because we believe that in the future the key differentiating factor would be also how much time you have flown actually in space. So those are the plans for us in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of busy as well. We started from scratch, and it doesn't come more from scratch than the way we did it in Lithuania back 2 years ago. And we managed to get a contract from ESA. We working with our partners from Luxembourg right now to basically what I show develop this vision-based navigation system off the shelf. So hopefully it will become a product for the private sector. Of course, there are challenges along the way, legal and team growing and so on. But yeah, the future seems interesting.
Okay, yes, the future is interesting for us too. We have just found 10 business angels, and so I think we'll make a new co in 2 weeks' time. And so we are growing a lot thanks to European funds, but also to the networking that is related, because we found in the European context a lot of technological partners and also new end users, so new customers that are the most important element, because they give us useful insights to refine our products and so to be really competitive.
Yeah, I'm also quite happy for what we're gonna be in future. We just had like a really big technological breakthrough a couple of months ago, so we're all super happy, and as an entire team we are like celebrating and really want to move forward. So now hopefully the travel restriction will allow us to travel again to our customers and do our homework with traction. And also we can go to our investors, because we're at the moment closing a pre-Series A round, which is not closed yet. So if you are here and interested, talk to me. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and yeah.
Talking about next week's, by the end of the year, well, we are waiting for the results of our IOD mission. So let's keep our fingers are crossed, because we need to start the commercialization of the electrical propulsion system, and also the fact that now we can travel and there will be all the fairs, International Astronomical Congress, Space Tech, and all these opportunities also to meet with our customers and to sell the products.
Super. So I suggest we open the floor to the audience, and we already have one question.
Wait. One moment, please.
I'm helping the Access Space Alliance, which and the good news is that they are finalizing a position paper on space financing, and hopefully we can take all the views expressed today into account, and I think they were good points. I want to ask the panel if they could comment on customers, which is of course the less expensive source of revenue, and how could you do you have any experience about public customers? Are they all members are telling us that some space agencies are reluctant to involve startups in long-term or difficult programs. Have you had any experience with that, and how can we encourage the public to partner with the private?
I don't know if this is really related to customers, but we had innovation fund from Germany, and actually they told us you cannot apply as a startup because you have to show that you have the time period you receive the fund. You need to show that you can survive. So if you can't do that with revenue, you have to do that with investment. So what did we do? We waited until we got a really big chunk of investments, and then we had a small time frame of 2 months where we could apply and get it to work. That's maybe something of a hurdle, because as I said, it's an innovation grant, and it's also one where you connect a lot of SMEs. So it's like super perfect for startups, but it's too much of a hurdle if you don't get the timing right. Yeah.
So my point on maybe an interesting topic that could be added to the paper, it would be the concept of risk throughout Europe, whether we're talking about institution, where we're talking about public customers, private customers. The idea is that we see an approach to risk which is not really taking, oh, let's take a risk to maybe to get this contract to a startup or to a group of startup, but rather everybody's trying to manage the risk only, so really trying to reduce the risk that they're taking. And probably this would be a nice evolution of the whole ecosystem, in my opinion. So if everybody would, also VC, by the way, it's not also private investment, they need to realize that probably the best chance they have in getting the success out of the company they invest in, or they might invest in, is that if they actually took some more risks. And to me, that is a key topic that needs to evolve in the next couple of years in Europe. And we have seen a perfect example in the US. I mean, they take quite more risks than what we do, and that has proven quite effective.
Yes, talking about risk and let's say mechanism to leverage it, to let's say to reduce it, I would like to address to Mr. Johnson if there is any action that in the Cassini initiative or at the European Commission level can be taken in order to let's say improve or foster the participation and even the public, the government and the agency take this risk. Could be in give the guarantees for the loans for the venture capitalist to invest in a new startup, a new initiative, or could be also to be more proactive, being the first customer, so the anchor tenancy for the new startups, for the new initiatives. In this way, on the additional, let's say, capacity of the single companies that they have, they can leverage on the investing funds and investing money and finding new customers, and so probably be more attractive also for new investors, having approved that there is a market.
Yeah. So is my microphone on? Yeah. Thanks very much for that question. It is indeed very pertinent. I'd like to address it like in 3 dimensions. So first of all, on the side of the companies, you need to find ways to mitigate those risks when you're talking to investors, when you're talking to big customers before they procure, a long-term contract or whatever. So we can probably help you a little bit with, giving the right kind of coaching and so on for you to mitigate the risks. On the side of investors, obviously investments are, it's a game of trying to identify and mitigate the risks in order to become a successful investor. And that's an important thing to understand when you're talking to the investors. So what we can do from the European Commission side is to use InvestEU in order to cover some of those risks. So we will have financial products boosting both equity investments and loans. And the loans will be both channeled through private banks and from the EIB for the bigger loans to the bigger companies. And the equity investments will come from everything from business angels to venture capital funds and private equity and other kinds of setups. And then we cover some of that risk precisely to help the investors to invest in a few more companies and invest a bit more money in each of those rounds. And also if there are losses that, it's kind of easier to cover those losses, hopefully with the help of those public guarantees. And and the third dimension that you correctly pointed out, anchor tenancies, or let's say, can the public authorities and the member states and the EU institutions, can we help to become like an important customer, providing some of that revenue stream? And yes, we are looking into how we could do that. For example, I mentioned for the Copernicus contributing missions where we buy data. We would like to see if we can set it up from 2022 in a way so that we can buy data primarily from Europe-based companies and give SMEs much more room in those procurements. And that could be a very interesting development for the future if we can build up the capacity of European suppliers for these niche needs, very high resolution data. Another area where we understand that there may be a need for some anchor tenancy is with micro launchers. We need to see who will be the future customers on the private side, on the public side, and how can we help to build up like volumes that are sufficiently big for the launcher companies to make those very important investments that will need to be made. So those were a few examples. I'm sure there will be more examples of that kind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Since we are running out of time, I suggest we continue the conversation offline during the coffee break. So we kindly ask you to be back at 4:30 here. Thank you.
Part of our final event, I have the honor to introduce my colleague at SME for Space, Mr. Rosario Pavoni. Rosario, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. Welcome back. We start again. So I have the pleasure to give you some perspectives of what will come next. But before to do that, let's give you some little numbers, some summary feature about what has been our SpaceUp project, our Space Academy. So as you have probably learned, we had 5 Space Academies. In total, we have received 248 applicants, so companies that applied to our calls. 114 were those that were pre-selected, and of course only 60 were among the best ones that have received our services, have joined our Space Academies, and have been supported and mentored by our experts. In all, more around 600 companies, startups have been benefiting of our workshop and participated in our Space Academies. So this is in our for our understanding are good numbers to explain what the Space Academy have been. Just to give you some more details on the distribution of the pre-selections of the application by country. So there was a good participation from Germany, Italy, France, but also non-EU countries, and then almost all European countries were covered. Those are the distribution among the finalists, so the 60. So also the starting point as applicant, Germany and Italy were scored the higher, but following by Spain, UK, and by the others afterwards. And what is probably even more important is what was the funding raised by those companies, so those 60 after the Space Academy. So we don't say that all the merit is on us, but we could say that we contribute to this success. So, and we are really proud that at least those 60 that we selected, that we supported, were able to reach 23 million, more than 23 million venture capital. So, taking in consideration all the what you have learned today and what have been our experience, we thought since the beginning actually that our approach, our experience should not last with our project. So it should be last even beyond. And so one of our tasks even during the project was to try to assess under which condition, with using which approach, and using the methodology we were also telling to our startups business model, we could be sustainable and replicate our initiative. So we have been thinking about different possible business model partners. We select a few of those, and we also have been thinking about how we could implement those. So definitely franchising is probably one of that, taking benefit of the experience of the lesson learned of the even the best practices and the knowledge that acquired by all the SpaceUp consortium could be something that we could provide to others in order then to set up their own local event and their own Space Academy in order then to benefiting a larger number, larger group of startups. Another way could be even license, so franchising license for probably for the kind of service could be something overlapping, but could be even possible for specific, not to the whole Space Academy as we were organizing, but maybe for the specific service for the specific initiative. And with, of course, taking account and benefit of all the knowledge that the different partners have been acquired and have been the effort that have been put in delivering during the project lifetime. We have also thought about the freemium that is probably for ICT companies a very common business model partner, could be a way where let's say the partners take the risk to give for free some very basic services, and then whenever the companies realized, as probably most of them, our companies have already realized that there is a value added to have more in-depth services or one-to-one meetings as we did, or even other coaching, they can pay themselves for having receiving those services, those insights from our expert. Of course, we have seen also other business model partners, but in any case, we are still open and we are still discussing internally in our consortium that even a mix-up of those partners will be possible, since among our partners there are companies that are in any case doing the same thing for supporting startup. So this will be only to do the same under the umbrella of the SpaceUp brand, the Space Academy brand, or even in our case as SME for Space, being an association supporting these means in getting access to space activities. This will be our daily life work. So there will be room probably to go even beyond the SpaceUp project experience. Another possible and even innovative model, for at least for I think for a kind of project like us, is really to invest in the startup that is going to be first of all selected, assessed, and then supported. Saying, okay, we are going to give you all our expertise to support you, but then we are going to be paid back thanks to your revenues. So this will be, of course, taking on us some risk, but then could be very beneficial whenever the startup will succeed. We have been experienced crowdfunding. Also, one of our experts was telling our startup why not to taking benefit of his expertise to try ourselves to crowdfunding in order to support our startups in the next future through the Space Academy, organized by ourselves. Also, in this case, we take some risk. We could, but we can also sell pretty well. Taking advantage of the good and successful experience that we had in these last few years, where this consortium of people, companies, and entities have been working together, strictly connected, and performing and delivering services to the startup and to their success. So the idea is already proved, it is validated. So what we have to probably start is only with a crowdfunding campaign. Why not? Also, crowdsourcing could be a possibility. We can either internally or either externally found other entities that are willing to support the startup. We just put in connection, so doing the matchmaking between which are the needs from the startup and which are the offer in terms of services and mentorship and coaching, and so we could deliver as well. So, of course, as you may understand, all these different partners have a different level of direct investment, direct involvement investment, of course, and then indirect and also use of internal external resources. So we already map it on this chart, differentiated this. And as we have also understood, this is a more risk taking from internal perspective of the different partners, while more to give just the instrument or the means to others to carry out their own space academies. So this is still open. It's an open discussion. The project will be end in a few months, but still we think about that. We cannot say goodbye, thank you, and that's it. Probably we could. We have room for make some choice there and to come to a next level to continue with this experience in some way. We have already started to draft some possible scenarios. So among the different partners, there could be a scenario 0, so the disaster, total disaster, where no one is agreeing on that. So there is no possibility to collaborate, or no one is willing or able to do that. And so SpaceUp was a good experience, but no more than that. There is not going to continue. There will be a scenario 1 where SpaceUp partner recognize that there are some possibility to collaborate, to agree on share with others best practices, procedures, and experiences. So this could take benefit of the previous already mentioned business model partner like license, franchising, or crowdsourcing. So there is, let's say, some activities to be done, mainly on disseminating and on exploiting our knowledge, our experience, our best practice, and making some coordination among the partners and the possible potential beneficial of our let's say, experience. The other possibility is really to try to sponsor our next Space Academy through a crowdfunding campaign. A third one possibly is really to put some effort there, providing free services at the very beginning for some companies, and then remunerate our effort through a fee to be asked to the companies, or through revenue sharing. Another possible ideal, we have some even good news from Mr. Johnson before, could be that the Space Academy is really recognized as a valid approach, a valid initiative, and could be even further funded in the framework of the European Commission Cassini initiative. This is among the possibilities. We don't give close any, let's say, any possibility to the future. The future is open. So this was just to give you some, let's say, perspective apart from what has been done. And I don't know if there are any questions for this. Thank you very much. Any? I was too clear. Yeah, yes, thank you, Peter.
So great seeing the different business models. Quick question is that it's still a consortium that's going to work, or is it going to be a separate entity that you're envisioning, or that's also up the table?
Let's say the proposal is on the table for the consortium. So then it's up to each entity to decide how to be involved, in which way, until which level, and with which kind of effort. So
an idea for me that I don't have crystallized yet. The SJC does a lot. They don't have the funding necessarily, but it would be a good network to branch out to a global level. The SGSC is a lot more active in US, and so that would be a good way to differentiate also from European funding.
This is definitely something that we should take in account. Thank you.
Other questions? Can ESA help you? No, I think it's can ESA help us?
I think definitely. We were focusing more on our effort and the European Commission, but definitely, as we have learned and listened today, there is a need even to convergence, to have a coordinated way to approach the same problems, so not to, let's say, disperse a little bit our effort. So definitely External support will be always very welcome. It started to be a one-to-one meeting.
Is there a preferred option already? So you presented the several options, as in they're all open. What is the feel of the consortium? Is there a preferred option that is currently being proposed, or is for me it's a bit it's now a lot of information. What is the action or the preferred option for the different partners?
This is still to be discussed further. Thank you in any case for So this will be the occasion then we will start to really think seriously on that.
Yeah, feel free to reach out to the Entrepreneurs Mentor Network. I think it's a bit shared as well.
Yeah.
But there will be a good leverage there as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well noted.
Thanks. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Rosario. Yeah.
So it's still my turn to, let's say, to give the floor with the great pleasure to our colleague Catherine Singer from front of IPK. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's here, right? So yes, good afternoon again, also from my side. My name is Catherine Singer, and I'm research associate at Fraunhofer IPK in Berlin, Germany, which belongs to Fraunhofer as the largest organization for applied research in Germany. In the frame of the SpaceUp project, we, on the one hand, supported the startups with the feasibility studies on business model development. On the other side, we were the work package leader for the project evaluation and monitoring. In this regard, I would like now in this presentation give you a broad overview about the key results of the projects and what went right and what are things to improve. Yes, in this regard, first of all, I would like to give you a brief summary of the internal evaluation process and the internal evaluation system. Then to go give an overview about the key results with regard to the startup assessment and also industry and investor assessment and the KPIs that we captured during the project. And at the end to show the derived measures and also the conclusion. So the work package monitoring and internal evaluation had the objective of the continuous evaluation of the project to secure its impact and derive measures throughout the entire project duration. In this regard, we had basically 3 tasks. So first of all, to derive the evaluation system or to develop it based on the objectives of the SpaceUp project. Then the continuous evaluation throughout the entire project duration. And the internal reporting and derivation of measures. And in this regard, we had 7 deliverables. First of all, the evaluation system, and then we established internal evaluation reports, which we created with the data that we collected after each Space Academy. So the objective of the evaluation system was the development of a system for the continuous evaluation of the results of SpaceUp, whereby the external impact of the project, but also the internal activities were analyzed and in the focus. We did this by using several instruments. So first of all, we had the participant assessment, which consisted of an assessment on the one hand of the startups, but on the other also on the investors and industry representatives participating at the different space academies. And here we used a survey and collected data after each of the space academies. Then we also had the consortium assessment, where we analyzed the different processes of the project within the consortium. And we conducted this after the 2nd and the 4th Space Academy. Then we have established a KPI system regarding the translation of the SpaceUp idea into KPIs and measured this constantly on the one hand on a quarterly basis, and on the other hand we had KPIs related to the Space Academy that we collected then directly after the event. And finally also the stakeholder assessment consisting of an impact assessment of the SpaceUp through also KPIs, but also interviews with the key stakeholders that we are now conducting at the end of the project. The KPI system basically covers 4 major areas. We have the target groups, the core activities consisting out of communication, dissemination, and of course the evaluation of the startups for the application. We have the customer value, and of course now at the end the project success, for example also considering now this final event and how many funding has been generated related to the Space Academies. For the participant assessment, not to go too much into detail but to give you a broad overview in case how we conducted this assessment. So first of all, we had questions related to how the participant get to know to the Space Academies, and then we had 2 different questionnaires. The one was dedicated for the startups, the other one for investors and industry representatives. For the startups, we asked all the participating startups, not depending on whether they received the services or participated as a regular startup, regarding the application process, the frontal models, or also webinars, networking, and also the overall assessment. And then dedicated for the selected startups, we were asking about in specific the services, meaning for the feasibility studies, but also the one-to-one meetings and pitching sessions. For the industry and investor startups, we asked about the quality of the selected startups, also the expert panels and networking possibilities, and then also the overall assessment of the events. So how was then the internal assessment conducted? So we used the data which was generated through the KPI system and the participant assessment from these 2 target groups, and conducted an internal assessment where we always reviewed the results of the internal evaluation reports, but also discussed with all the project partners observations that we conducted during the Space Academies, but also the flow of the application process. All these assessments were then the basis for the next internal evaluation report. And in this regard, now the objective of this presentation is to give you an overview about the major results that we acquired throughout the project, on the one hand related to the services and networking possibilities for the startups, but also the overall assessment from investors and industry representatives. So with regard to the key results of the startup assessment in terms of the frontal models, or in the digital format, then the webinars, we were asking for the relevance of the topics of the workshops and webinars in the startups to be for the respective startup, and use the 5-point Likert scale ranging from not relevant at all to highly relevant. And our objective was for each of the webinars or frontal models to have a maximum development level of relevant assessments or higher. And as you can see here on the left side, for all the different webinar topics or workshop topics, at the end we received on average a majority for all the webinars of at least relevant or higher. Especially then for the topic space funding opportunities within the Horizon Europe program has been assessed as relevant by all of the respondents. But for this webinar, we only gathered like 5 responses because this was the only webinar which took place only for the last Space Academy Europe. In terms of the feasibility studies, which has been also already discussed today during the panel session, we asked also about how relevant did the SpaceUp participant consider the respective topic of the feasibility study. Here also we used the 5-point Likert scale from not relevant at all to highly relevant, and we were asking this for all of the 4 different feasibility study topics, meaning public and private funds, intellectual property rights, HR needs, and business model development. And as a result, also again, on average, for all the space academies, the majority of respondents assessed each of the report topic as at least relevant or higher. For regarding the online one-to-one meetings, here we asked if the online one-to-one meeting helped to gain a deeper understanding of the reports and to gain answers to all the questions. We used a 4-point Likert scale from disagree to full agree. And the idea then was to assess if the one-to-one meeting really helped to develop the feasibility studies that we provided to the startups prior to the event. And in this regard, this was the objective of the project to have a maximum development level of at least monthly, mostly agree or fully agree assessments. And also in this regard, the majority of respondents mostly or fully agreed with the statements. We can also see here that we have some partly agreements and also disagree assessments. And in this regard, we also ask about how was the duration of the respective one-to-one meeting assessed. And we can see that there are some parallels between the assessment of the one-on-one meeting in terms of if it was considered as too short, of course, then also we have some more assessments regarding partly agree and disagree with this statement. Yes, when it comes to networking, we asked the startups which is the main reason why you applied for the SpaceUp project. And we can see here that the majority, so 56%, named actually networking as the main reason to apply for the Space Academy. And in this regard, we surveyed or we received 50 responses for this question for all the Space Academies in total. In this regard, 84% fully or mostly agreed also to the statement that they had good networking possibilities at the Space Academies, also with a response rate of 50 responses. And yes, in this regard, also the networking opportunities were considered as successful in the frame of the SpaceUp project. When we come to we also measured the amount of new contacts that has been established during the event among the startups. And here 6 new contacts to industry and investors have been established on average. But here we also can see that the on-site events, for example, for the Space Academy Helsinki and Bremen, we had an average of 10 established contacts, while for the online events it was definitely lower, only on average like 4 contacts. So we could not use the online platform in the same way than on-site events. Yes, then regarding the overall startup assessments, here we noticed that 94% assessed the overall content of the Space Academy regarding the modules, keynotes, panels, reports, online one-to-one meetings and pitching sessions as good or higher, with an N of 46 responses, and 95% then mostly fully agreed that they would recommend actually attending the Space Academy also to other startups, with 38 responses. And yes, when we are coming to the assessment of the industry and investor assessment, here we asked overall the Space Academy was worth attending, and asked also for agreement with this statement. And in this regard, only 3% disagreed, 9% partly agreed, while 88% mostly or fully agreed. And we surveyed here or received 33 responses. We also asked about the quality of the selected startups. And here also the majority of 88% mostly or fully agreed, while 12% partly agreed and respectively 0% disagreed. Regarding the question if the investor or industry representative considers entering into a partnership with a startup from the Space Academy, here also only 12% disagreed and 18% partly agreed, and the majority of 52% mostly agreed and 18% fully agreed, even also with 33 responses. So when coming to the KPI assessment, here we have on the one hand the data that we collected on a quarterly basis. We have we collected data from the first quarter of 2019 to the second quarter of 2021. For the target group section here, we established 18 supporters from the target group addressed in the positioning activities, which exceeded the actual target that we had internally of 10. Also 10 supporters from public authorities, network clusters, incubators and accelerators actually signed an MOU. In terms of communication, we have more than 13,000 visitors on the website, so not unique but total visitors since the start of the first quarter 2019. We have almost 300 posts on LinkedIn, more than 600 Twitter posts, and 2,700 people watched recorded videos related to the SpaceUp project. Also in terms of dissemination, we have 44 press releases and 26 newsletters sent. In terms of the After Space Academy data, here to give an overview regarding the evaluation. So in total, 284 startups applied for the Space Academies, and on average, we had a share of 46% of applicants that passed the pre-selection. In terms of the customer value, here the overall satisfaction rate among the startups for this project period was 94%, and on average 6 contacts have been established. For the industry and investor KPIs here, 88% was the overall satisfaction rate, and on average 5 contacts have been established. Yes, and as a conclusion in this regard, we can say that although we had to change to an online version of the Space Academy, still we did not see in the data related to the services a lot of changes. So the satisfaction rate was still very similar. Just in case of the networking opportunities with regard to the established contacts, here we saw a small difference. So we used then the data that we were generating throughout these evaluation reports to constantly improve the Space Academies. In this regard, we observed all the data from the reports and implemented measures in this regard. For example, we had one of the feedback also from a survey through an open question was that there was not enough time for the pitching session, or the pitching session should be included more into the side event. So this was something that we implemented. Also with regard to the questionnaire that we send it to the startups to build the feasibility studies. Here the time frame was actually considered as too short to fulfill really the questionnaire and all the information that was needed to create the feasibility studies. So we sent it this more in advance and also gave more explanations about the content and the purpose of the questionnaire. Then with regard to networking, here we provided more space in the Space Academies also for networking opportunities, which was one of the learnings from the beginning. And also with regards to the side events, at the very first Space Academy, the Space Academy started at the same day than the side event. So we adapted this and started like one day prior to the event. So these were like examples of measures that we derived from the data. And yes, as conclusion, it can be stated that overall, with the services, the majority was satisfied. And in terms of the KPI system, here we did not achieve all the targets, but in general, we had good results in terms of communication, dissemination, and also customer value and the evaluation KPIs. So that's a brief overview from my side. Do you have questions to the methodology or results?
Any question from the audience?
Yeah, just a second. What would you improve now? So what is your plan for even improving more the system right now? Please switch on the microphone. Yeah, just a very generic question. What is your main focus on improvement now? What would be your approach for improving even more the system right now?
Yes. Oh, sorry. So one of the major results was regarding the networking possibilities that we constantly try to improve during the Space Academies, and also because funding was, of course, one of the major reasonings for applying to the Space Academies. So I think also for the future, for this part, maybe it might be good to have more room, even more for the networking possibilities in the frame of the event.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Do you have a data on the number of deals who have been closed? I mean, how many angels have invested or VCs have invested? Do you have any data on that? And a related question is, what's your feedback in terms of the best way for pitching events? You know, any sense about how the best the context for the pitching events? What's your feedback there?
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the pitching sessions, we noticed. So as I mentioned at the beginning, it was just in the SpaceUp setting, but not involved in the side event, because the Space Academies are always connected to a bigger side event. So what we started from the Space Academy Bremen on as a learning from the Helsinki Space Academy is that we implemented the pitching session into the side event, which of course is then a higher visibility for the startups for the pitching. And we also had then the change that we had also a pitching competition, and not only like the pitching in this smaller group. So this was also something that we established based on the learning of the first Space Academy.
I see industry and investors here I hear a pitching competition. what is your experience in getting large or known investors to these pitching competitions? Is it successful? Is it easy? Is it very hard to find investors? And also, what is what do you consider industry? For me, it's currently unclear. Is it non-space industry? Is it space industry? Is it network organizations? What do you define there?
So basically, industry representatives is not only for the Space Academy, but we measured like all the representatives of industry that participated the space event. But this is in a broad sense. So we did not ask in this questionnaire which kind of industry. So we did just had the separation between investor or representing, companies in a sense.
And then my second question, investors, was it business angels, VCs that you involved?
So actually, I was just related to the monitoring. I was not involved in the actual organization of the pitch itself. So maybe there's somebody else in this round who was, yes, Emanuele.
So I'm Emanuele, I work for IBAN, European Business Angels Network. So yeah, we had business angels and VC. And the audience of the attendees was quite broad. Indeed, what is important to notice is that companies, they don't only require and need investors, but also potential customers or partners. So the important part of the pitching and of the side event we attached the Space Academy was to give the opportunity to the companies to show themselves to an audience that is broader. So yes, we are happy everybody is interested in how many business angels, how many VC were there. They were there. We as IBAN, we involved them. We engaged our network. We represent more than 170 partners around the world. And then we represent more than 70,000 investors. And but what is should be clear is that companies at the audience, there were also potential partners. Connecting to the question you asked before, not only space related. That is important because we had Plan Blue. Plan Blue, they use space technologies, but they're not interested in space companies. They are interested in the other sector, maritime, whatever it is. And that is what is important. Bremen has a quite huge network in the maritime industry, and this was also important for the companies. So, yeah, just clarify the importance of diversity for the event, not just space, okay? We are space tech, space technologies for non-space application.
Yeah, maybe I can add something from a participant perspective. So I went through quite a couple of matchmaking events, and I think I just want to say a note, or maybe to even further improve. I liked a small round of investors who are really interested in a particular topic quite good, because sometimes you pitch and it's a really great audience and there's a lot of investors and VCs, but they don't match. So the portfolio is not really working with the startups. And I think this is very nice if you can match the interest of the investors with the startups. I think that will be very successful then. Maybe it's just 3 investors, but it's the right investors. And also for the startups, you don't spend much time on investors which don't match. So time is always good for a startup to have, because you can improve and target the right people. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you very much.
No other questions?
No?
Thank you. So I now have the pleasure to introduce Helen from Aviaspace Bremen, from the free Hansen City of Bremen, that will give us some takeaways in terms of policy recommendation. So Helen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, after this day full of information about the SpaceUp project, I'm coming up with my presentation it's on policy recommendations. What became clear today, but also in the course of the project, is that all the participants in the space academies have something in common. They have encountered the same obstacles, they have made similar experiences, and this should be taken into account when it comes to further policy for this particular group. So these recommendations or the consortium has gathered by now will be transferred to the European Commission in the final report at the end. Okay. And this is what the consortium has gathered by now. It's about the framework and the setup of supporting or funding structures. We say think small first and lower barriers. Then a few words on the role of the public sector. And let's say the specific role of the public sector in space. And of course, it's all about money again. We heard something about that today already. Access to finance and the specific needs. Then a few remarks on synergies between space, civil, and defense industries. And last but not least, European coordination in the space sector. So think small first and lower barriers. What does that mean? We think startups do not need a protected area to develop their own business, but they need a stable set of rules and low entry barriers to the market. And we think that EU and ESA programs should be accessible easily for startups and SMEs to have the full responsibility for their innovation, both in the upstream and the downstream segments. And this can be achieved through small programming, which means small, not in terms of budget allocation or objectives, but small in the way projects are set up, are managed and made accessible to startups and SMEs. We heard it today again and again. They are often small entities with few or no experience in the elaborated funding landscape and with no specific funding expert in-house. And like always, limited resources for overhead. And this means if you want to support them, simplification of procedures is needed. So we assume that simplification of procedures is a precondition to allow startups to participate in the European funding landscape in order to develop innovative technologies and to implement new business solutions. For companies, and especially the new and smaller ones, for which the scale-up phase is key, it should be made possible that they can really spend their time and resources in developing new and innovative products and services, rather than seeing their overhead costs increasing for reasons of bureaucracy and heavy administrative load. I think, Fabiana, you mentioned it already during the panel discussion. This is, of course, a very general message, but it is true. Deciding to participate in a call for proposals in a EU funding program is a huge challenge for a startup that has no experience in proposal writing. And no matter if it is a mono-beneficiary call or a multi-beneficiary call, but when a consortium is required, other challenges come along, like finding the right partner, which is extra time consuming, and then the contractual situation has to be handled, things like liability, IPR, etc. And then forming a consortium is not a meeting among equals, but when startups and SMEs join in a consortium with research institutions, mid-caps, larger companies or primes, they do not have the same experience nor a team of lawyers. So this is extra difficult for them. And in this sense, we find the best European funding instrument that really fits the need of a startup are the so-called competitive calls for third parties. Subgrants managed by Horizon Consortia to third parties and very often addressed to startups. Accessing these kind of subgrants is much easier compared to direct grants managed by the European Commission, because in this case the application form is less comprehensive, the administrative procedures are smaller, and the managing process as well. So in these subgrants, to third parties consists of a lower, subgrants to third parties consist of a lower allocation of funds, and that's indeed the little disadvantage to each beneficiary, but nevertheless, they are still provided as lump sum, simplified method of settling expenses in projects to prove the costs in court, etc. And what is checked in the end is just the implementation of the project and the activities settled in the proposal. So there are these really fast funding instruments, and we think that if you ask us how funding instruments for startups should be, look at this instrument and see which procedures are used there. So this could be a much easier way for them to get funds. Okay. Then about the role of the public sector. Startups often need a first customer. Also, this topic was mentioned today already, in order to be able to attract further investors and to raise more capital. And the space sector is extra difficult because quite often a strong heritage is required or expected. And at the same time, you have a long development phase that needs to be financed. And therefore, it is of utmost importance that public institutions and authorities, be it national ministries or regional governments, but also local municipalities, acting as anchor customer or buyer for the sector in general, and especially for the new business initiatives. And for this, to this purpose, new procurement schemes have already been elaborated. They are called like innovation procurement or e-procurement, but the application of these schemes still vary a lot among the different EU member states and regions. And we think public authorities should foster and increase their application and work towards a common adoption of these schemes all throughout Europe. I mean, public procurement is really, really a big issue, but quite often there's just being spoken about the really big companies that that apply for the procurements, but it also matters to startups and SMEs, and for that reason, it would make a difference. And the Commission has means, let's say, to push the motivation of the member states and the regional governments, and maybe that could make a difference. And another element in this, in the context of the public sector, is that a single set of user-friendly standards for the European space community is needed. These standards need to be simplified in order to reduce the number of the prescriptive and mandatory requirements to be accomplished with by each SMEs. And the public sector and the public institutions like ESA and the Commission have an important role to play in the standardization process, and if it is a will to empower SMEs, this would be an important point as well in this context. And then it's about access to finance. We heard it this afternoon. It's crucial for almost every startup, but space is an extra capital intensive sector, and therefore finance is extra decisive. This is especially the case for startups that in the very early stage of their business life already have to massively invest in developing, testing and validation of their technology or services with higher upfront investments than others. And take into account that the time to market duration is longer than in other sectors. There are very high standards applied, and there is a strong focus on technology readiness level to assess the maturity of a technology in order to minimize risk to almost zero. And eliminating the last share of risk is quite often the most expensive one. And this is different to, in other sectors where companies can already go to market with a beta version. So therefore, there is a need, and we call it like patient financial instruments. I think this is what you also discussed during the panel discussion, tailored to space activities, because the activities are very capital intensive. The duration is quite often extra long, and the profitability is uncertain in some cases. So dedicated financial instruments taking into consideration the characteristics of the sectors are needed. And let me give you an example. The EIC accelerator was already mentioned earlier today, and it is designed to the needs of young companies and young innovative companies, and to offer a really interesting funding scheme. And it is a super interesting funding scheme. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we see the numbers of application every time. And most of you know the two forms of this funding instrument. You have the Business Innovation Grant for feasibility purposes, and the Business Innovation Grant for innovation development and demonstration purposes. And plus, in the second case, plus equity up to 15 million euro, plus extra coaching, business acceleration services, and so on and so forth. So it's a great instrument. However, this funding instrument is designed to cover and fund all sectors. And in the last period of time, we have seen that only a minor number of space companies have benefited from this instrument. And the reason for this, or might be the unique characteristics of the sector already mentioned before. So in a competitive call for proposals, where all sectors are included, space companies have a comparative disadvantage regarding the time to market duration and the reliability of the business model with higher upfront investments. And of course, you can say, okay, the proposals haven't been good enough, same chance for everyone. But compared with times when there was a dedicated budget for the space sector, and that was right in the beginning when they started with SME instrument, 2014 onwards, when I remember correctly, we had these promising companies, and I don't believe they have disappeared. So, but they have really difficulties in comparison to other sectors when they are all applying for let's say the same pot of money. So a loud voice for a sector-specific approach here, or an evaluation scheme that does not disadvantage them. And then at a certain moment in their growth process, grants or R&D funding alone does not allow startups and scale-ups to support their scalability and to introduce successfully an innovative solution on the market. And at that point, access to finance remains an important bottleneck to space entrepreneurship in Europe. And the new initiatives like the venture debt financing and the Space Finance Lab initiated by the European Investment Bank are instrumental to support newcomers in their development. We welcome these activities pretty much, but we would like to see more or similar activities emerging, and we encourage the EIB and other entities to continue on this path, especially in developing an instrument tailored to the funding needs of startups and scale-ups in the range between 200K and 1 million euro. And finally, it is important to ensure continuity in the framework programs for R&D, and especially in the transition from one funding period to another. Innovation processes and in business and in science do not stop or make a break during the transition from one MFF to another. Therefore, active political decision-making is maybe wishful thinking, because it takes always longer than expected, but a smooth continuation of public tender procedures creates stability and fosters innovation. This is about the financing instruments. Okay, I did that. And then it's about synergies between space, civil, and defense industries. So there's a clear tendency and will in Europe to ensure cross-fertilization between civil, defense, and space industries. We have seen the respective action plan of the Commission earlier this year, and further activities are being expected quite soon. So we encourage the strategy because it offers additional business opportunities for scale-ups, and in general it enhances the technological edge and it supports the European industrial base. Especially when it comes to ensure the complementarity between relevant EU programs and instruments covering research and development, newcomers can have an opportunity to address multiple markets with their technology on the condition that their access is guaranteed. Setting up of an innovation incubator, allowing scale-ups to quickly pass the different development cycles and prove their maturity level, will boost innovation and create breakthrough technologies. So support in the development of dual-use innovations will facilitate their access. Furthermore, we think it is necessary that SMEs and startups become better aware of the potential business opportunities, particularly in the defense sector. And we think dedicated actions on communication, dissemination, and outreach are necessary to raise the awareness of the different opportunities. And in the same context, startups should receive technical support and hands-on training on how to address the target markets and how to successfully participate in tendering procedures. Showcasing innovative solutions and providing business accelerating services offer interesting insights and motivation to business angels as well. Innovative concepts like, for example, the Space Academy or the EU Cassini initiative serve this purpose and facilitate market entry to defense security space or other relevant civil markets. And when talking about the innovation incubator to be opened, the Commission shouldn't forget about the Space Academy format as a proven concept that can be adapted. So, Rosario, you showed some ways how to continue with the format. That could be one as well. Okay, and then last but not least, about European coordination. We welcome the agreement between ESA and the European Union on the Financial Framework Partnership Agreement. It provides a stable context for both institutions to work together and for the benefit of the European space stakeholders. But national space agencies also have a role to play in ensuring the competitiveness of the European space industry. National space agencies are quite often closer to the national market, and they have a clear view on the strengths of their industrial players, and sometimes they are also easier to approach for startups or SMEs. So a constructive relationship between all stakeholders having a say in space policy is a prerequisite for a stimulating environment for entrepreneurship. And this is finally what we are all aiming at. I will leave it at that at this point, unless you guys come up with something that we have totally missed out and that we should add to the recommendations. So if there's something you would like to add, come up with your ideas.
Thank you. I just want to have one comment where we failed in the past regarding ESA funding for public grants. In the GTCs, the General Terms and Conditions, they have a clause specific to IP developed within the program. And this IP requires that you grant a license to ESA. ESA may pass them on to the member states, and the member states may pass them on to companies in those member states. And anyone who's ever been through a due diligence in a later series, A, B, C, or even an exit, knows that these kind of granting out license without control can be a killing factor. And this is, for us, the reason why we several times already started working on an application, but simply terminated that. And I called these grant offices if there's any way of dealing with that? And their answer was, well, but it's never executed on that. But anyone who likes law says, well, then you should change it. That is a real, I think, a real topic which should be changed if to make these grants more applicable and more attractive.
Okay, thank you. Message taken. So something
yes,
we can.
but I think
I'm forced by Rosario to intervene. I'm the lawyer in the room, I think. But I'm also the chairman of SME for Space. But to make sure this is under strict control, nor ESA nor the member states are free, or the licenses that you have to give them and that they can sub-license are really limited. The scope of them is really limited. I will not go into detail, but it can only be used. It can only be used for ESA programs or the national programs of a member state. They cannot be used in the broader non-public space sector. So there is really, this is clearly defined in the terms and conditions of ESA, general clauses and conditions. Yes, yes. Well, we certainly, and then we refer then not to our profession, but to SME for Space. This is certainly a topic that we like very much. This is unique. It is unique that you get a 100% funding, even with a very low profitability margin, and you get all the IPR for you, with the obligation that you describe, of course. But this is unique. And people of the European Union, well, they're not allowed to grant it, nor is your national government allowed to grant these conditions. So we are not complaining. Sometimes the bigger industry, the so-called primes, do, but each time that the discussion is opened by ESA, you want to discuss the IP rules, I must say it's closed very, very quickly by industry itself, because these rules are unique. There are other things that we can complain about with ESA, but with this, I don't see the issue, in all honesty.
Thanks a lot. A lot of good suggestions. A few observations or questions. One is the standards. I think the issue is more to simply allow new space not to have an obligation to comply with ESC standards. So it's simply that they should be able to define their own way to the programs, and not, ESA would have the control of the standards, and so the design standards, I think, should be allowed to, new space should be allowed to design the standards to some extent. And by the way, some national space agencies are themselves acknowledging that. Now, a question to you on a concern, and we should address it, is the success rates in the public funding program is going down. It's lower than 10% in the Horizon Europe. Horizon 2020, the IC accelerator is now lower than 3%. I heard someone chatting that there is a program where it's lower than 1.5%. Anyway, I think that should be addressed, and we should, as a sector, say clearly that this is a concern, and maybe they should be publishing more transparency on the success rate, so that, frankly, companies can, decide whether it's worthwhile the effort of trying or not. So that's a suggestion, to have a more, you have the success rates on the horizon, but the smaller program, you don't know what's your chances. And frankly, when it's lower than 3%, it's, you should buy a lottery ticket, you have more chances.
I see. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, regarding the EIC accelerator, you have a really good insight in the numbers, but in other programs, I mean, Horizon is very Horizon as such is very transparent, but yeah, the smaller some funding lines are, yeah, the deeper, let's say, you have to grab to find these numbers, or you can't find them at all. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay. No. That's Hannah.
Yeah, maybe one thing what didn't come up with regard to what the European Commission also wants. They released the Green Deal, and also, of course, they target their funding towards this. And I think this is something also which is really, really good, because if we face like global threats, and those companies, and I consider us also part of that, who really target this, if they get help on the way, and even if it's, it spoke out my heart when you said, yeah, we have to see that they also survive, because sometimes it's just a very small gap in liquidity. What it has nothing to do with the potential of the company, but just this gap of liquidity, which can kill a really, really big and great project. And yeah, for us, for instance, we oil and gas is always very interested in the kind of data we create, but it's for us ethic code, which we will not go down this way. But then, of course, we have it a bit more difficult, and to have then instruments and tools for that and funding, yeah, maybe it's worth it to even invest more with regard to that.
Thank you.
Okay. To follow up the question, is that so you would like to have a pre-financing while your proposal is being evaluated, or what is the kind of question that, for instance, the Green Deal, the DGDFIS alone no longer provides Copernicus funding. They actually discuss with all work programs where can you implement Galileo or Copernicus data. I'm just wondering what kind of, you said liquidity is a problem, so during proposal stage or during submission stage, should there be a bit of a loan for you to bridge, maybe until the project is started, or how do you see this?
For me, it was not specific to a specific time frame or something like that. So I cannot answer you that, but that would be a good tool if you would have something like that, or see that you target the funding even more to the frameworks which you want to reach, something like climate change or something. You need to, like we do, need to do really big steps, and it's very important we do it globally, but also for Europe. With this kind of funds, we have a very great chance to really make an impact. And yeah, I just thought I would like to put that in, because sustainability was not a word which was raised during this meeting. Yeah, true.
I can tell you that at least at this level, we also the Commission with the Green Deal, but there is an initiative for responsible space activities. There is a charter under discussion, and the first signature is to sign it and to take advantage of it. Any other question from the audience? Yes, Stefan.
Yes. I just wanted to stress the opportunity, the funding opportunity represented by the funding to third parties that you said previously, which actually responds to the needs of quick liquidity of the startups, at least especially for the downstream segment of the space sector. So I encourage every startups to check for this third parties funding, because they offer basically funding from 50K or higher. So like an ESA incubator, they usually have also coaching sessions with these sub grants. And yeah, everything is the procedures are liar. So and also the application, it's more synthetic. So basically, it seems that it responds to the needs of the startups who have quicker funding and lighter procedure. Thank you.
Okay.
Went to have the networking event, but no, but I think we should also try to address the synchronization between public and private funding. A lot of companies have the private saying we're not investing until the public invest, and vice versa, and try to find some way to synchronize or to have the public saying, you know, I'm going to invest, but you should invest at the same time. That's not easy to. It's easy to say, not easy to fix, but it's a key issue.
But in these activities by the European Investment Bank, where the objective is just leverage by private capital, this is the way it could work. So these initiatives have to be developed and improved so that they can be adapted in the sector as well. Yeah.
What you showed earlier, these two bubbles.
I showed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. Wasn't it that the public funding was something like 1 or 2 million
Yes.
versus 23 million venture capital?
Yes, that's
so
what.
Obviously, the mismatch is that the privates are active. Maybe
No.
more active, yeah.
It's not the role of the government to bring investment money. Fully agree with
that. Not investment money, was grant versus investment.
Yeah.
If you compare with the US, this is the microphone.
This is coming a private discussion. You're fine? Okay. So I think we will continue probably during the network event even later. I don't know if there are any other questions, remarks, or consideration. No. So
Okay.
thank you very much, Helen.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it seems that we are arriving to the end of this long afternoon. I think we had several messages that also a lot of information from both sides, so startups, from our project partners, also from the European Commission, thanks to Mr. Johansson, sorry. I think this makes really a clear picture of what the space tech environment is. So it's a very lively community. It's very dedicated to the different technologies, activities, and projects and services. So this definitely should be supported with the other initiative. So we are claiming for that. We are strongly believe that we were able to support the startups. And this a very lively event, I think, clearly demonstrated. It was a great pleasure to work with all our partners, so I take this occasion to thank all them to support us also for organizing this successful event, the first one since almost 2 years, we have to say. So it was our pleasure to be the host partner organizing it. I thank very much Christopher Howard, that was the main guy from SME for Space, but also Danae, that recently joined us, Daniel Bournou. My chairman, I cannot forget to mention him, definitely, also to be here today. I thank you all to have been here. Also, those that are following us in the streaming, thank you for following us, even at the very last moment. So probably before to leave the room, because you know that the reception will be just in front of the conference center at the Manus Hotel.
I will ask you to then stand here behind me all together, make a common picture, a joint picture of all the attendees, if you don't mind. Also have a note, let's say a notice and information for the startups that are here that have been participating at the SpaceUp Space Academy. If you would like, you can take off from the walls your own poster. You can bring home, and if you would like, we are also going to send you the digital version of it, so you will retain it on your files. I don't know. Maybe someone else from the consortium would like to say some additional words? No? So please come here and take a photo all together, a picture. So thank you very much.